Good? Yeah. Good. Yeah, please.
Trustees, we'll just start with a roll call. Members of the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee. Trustee Patel is in person. Trustee Arts is here in person. Trustee Didoviti is in person. Trustee Hassan, are you online? Trustee Laskin is here. Trustee Lee. Trustee McLean is here. Mr. Chair, you have quorum. We can start.
Thank you, Denise. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trustee Zakir Patel. I'm the chair of the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee. I would like to call today's special meeting to order and welcome committee members, trustees, staff, members of the public. Before we start the meeting, I would like to acknowledge our lands. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Miigwech. Thank you. You may be seated. Trustees have had a chance to review the agenda and recommendations. Are there any declaration of possible conflict of interest? Seeing and hearing none, we will now move on to item number 3, which is delegations. Delegations allow for the public to address committees of the board and are designed to ensure that members of the public can provide information and perspectives to trustees as we navigate the decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are here to provide input in a respectful and a constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior contrary to the board's of code of conduct, human rights policy, or delegation procedure. We have a large number of delegations tonight. Each delegate was provided with a delegation number. You will have 3 minutes to present your delegation. You will hear a bell ring when you approach the end of your time. Trustees may ask questions of clarification following your delegation as well. Each trustees will have 2 minutes to do so. Please stay put until we move to our next delegation item. Delegation number 1, Aditya Chitiala. She's virtual? Yeah. Okay. Delegation number 1, are you present?
Ask her to press star 6.
Can you press star 6 to unmute, Aditya? Is she online?
Yes.
Aditya, are you online? All right, we'll go to delegation number 2. Aditya, you can go back to the list. Delegation number 2. Pablo Vivanco.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to address you today regarding aspects of the proposed options to balance the 2024-2025 budget. My name is Pablo Vivanco, and I'm Executive Director of Albion Neighborhood Services, serving North Etobicoke since 1971. Our BGC Albion, formerly Boys and Girls Club Albion, is celebrating 25 years of service this year. I would like to address the proposals to increase permit fees, as this will have a significant and detrimental impact on the programs we provide in schools in this neighborhood. We have a range of children and youth programs and services, including breakfast clubs at 2 schools in Rexdale, including North Kipling Junior Middle School, where we serve 60 to 70 children per day, and Green Home Junior Middle School, where we serve 40 children per day. On average, we serve about 100 breakfast meals every day, 5 days a week during the school year. We also provide after-school programs in 6 school sites: North Kipling, Green Home, Highfield Junior Public School, Clairville Junior Public School, North Albion Collegiate Institute in Ward 1, and Emory Collegiate in Ward 4. We currently pay for Emory, our Emory after-school programs, we pay approximately $4,000 per year. The other programs we currently have as subsidies. From reading the staff proposal, we understand that the recommendation is to increase permit fees under three options, or a mix of those three options under ancillary costs, bridging the gaps in subsidies from the Ministry of Education Community Use of School Grant, as well as indexing these costs. For programs like ours, where we already have seen a dramatic increase in food costs of the year, and as I explained, like both for our after-school programs and our breakfast programs, this is where a bulk of our resources go to, as well as the necessity to increase staff wages, not only for ethical, but also practical reasons like recruitment and retention. Increases to our fees will have a significant impact on the programs we run. We, unfortunately, serving the community that we serve, are not able to pass down those costs to parents in our neighborhood. We have recently had seen this with our March break camps, where a marginal fee to our March break camp fees saw a decline from parents that normally send their kids our way simply because they just couldn't afford it. And we're talking about $10 to $20 increase, and even still offering subsidies to that. So increasing fees will almost certainly mean providing less to fewer kids and possibly discontinuing programs at some schools, depending on where the final numbers lie. So kind of in conclusion, while we understand the budgetary constraints and issues that the Toronto District School Board faces in the U.S. trustee space, and know you need to work to balance your books, we ask that this not be done by impacting programming in the highest needs areas of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo, for your delegation. Trustees, questions of clarifications only? Go ahead, Vice Chair Didavides.
Hello, Pablo. My question is Trustee Vitis here. My question to you is your funding year to year, every 3 years? How are you funded for the programs that you run?
So this funding is year to year. The funding that we receive from MHSTCI is year to year for our after school programs. There are other programs that we do get some funds from United Way that we put towards this, and that is multi-year funding.
And if I can follow up on the question, can you expect your funders to simply give you more money because the permits prices went up?
We currently, like last year we did have even visits from ministers from the provincial government to our after school sites and to where we're funding, and we said the same thing to them, right? Like I sat down with the ministers, and it was across the board from all of the BGCs in the province. We told them, explained to them, and showed them that we needed increases because just the cost of providing programming have increased dramatically. Like I said, and everyone I'm sure at this meeting will know from their own situation how much the prices of food and gas and everything else have risen over the last few years. So we showed them this. We also spoke to them about the problems that we've been having with recruitment and retention in programs like our after school programs, things that you're seeing in your areas as well. So we did get a marginal increase from MHSTCI, but again, that basically only covered inflation. As I said, right now we're only paying fees at Emory, but even that, we really have to make our dollars stretch. Right now, I just had a meeting with United Way yesterday, actually, where they told all the United Way funded agencies in the city that there will not be an increase. So that's to answer your question.
Last question, a really short answer. Who's your MPP?
Doug Ford, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Vice Chair Didavides. Delegate number 3.
Sorry, can you hear me? This is delegate number 1.
You have to go back on the list, Aditya. I'll call you back.
I had some. Okay.
We'll call you back, Aditya. Sudhir, yeah. It's gone back. 8:30.
Hello? Okay. My name is Emma Bagumian, and I'm here with Subi Fathi. We are co-chairs of the Parent Council Committee at Owen Public School, and we would like to thank you for this opportunity to voice our grave concerns. Owen Public School is in crisis. This is the words that were used by an integral member of the Owen school community for over 20 years. The demographics and therefore needs of our school have changed significantly. Our LOI is 387, but was 409, which means we have more needs in the school. The lack of supervision has created a situation with serious misbehaviors, such as physical assault, both students and recently a teacher who ended up in the hospital, threatening students and teachers with violence. We understand that allocations have been made for next year, but simply put, it's not enough. We're asking for number one, significant increase in the number of special needs students, such as autism diagnosis 11, with 3 more being assessed, 4 from JK and SK need one-on-one supervision. Individual education plans have increased. We currently have 2 SNAs and 1 EA to support all of these students. Given these statistics, we really need to ask for more resources and more special needs assistance. Number 2, we are asking for a full-time vice principal. Currently, there are ongoing safety concerns that require immediate attention. It also becomes increasingly evident that our current staffing structure to effectively address these issues is insufficient. The absence of a permanent principal for some time now also has underscored the necessity for stable leadership within our school. I urge you to consider this matter with the utmost urgency, as the safety and security of our students cannot be compromised. We need more lunch supervisors because of our increasing special needs students and all the misbehaviors that are happening, and also the circular layout of our playground doesn't permit for 2 people to see everything. In conclusion, the demographics of our school have changed significantly. As a consequence, it is imperative that the allocations for resources be adjusted accordingly to effectively meet these evolving needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudabe, for your delegation. Trustees, questions of clarifications only. Trustees online, do you have questions of clarification? Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Number 4, Munira Khilji.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Just confirming my mic works. So good evening, members of the committee and all participants here today. My name is Munira Khilji. I'm here as a parent of 2 students, one of whom has autism. I am here as a community advocate who's been supporting the amplifying of voices in underserved communities, most notably in the Thorncliffe Park neighborhood, as well as Scarborough. And I'm here as a service provider. I manage the Entry to School program, as well as outreach initiatives for the SAC Autism Center, which has been providing autism supports to racialized families of children with autism in the Scarborough area for the past 15 years. So thank you for the opportunity, for providing me this opportunity and the space to voice my support for the role of community support workers and the need to increase the number of CSWs across the board. So over the past many years, I've interacted with and worked with community support workers within my various roles, and I've come to the understanding that they are critical in bridging the gap between school and community. Recognizing that community support workers are assigned to model schools, and recognizing that model schools are mostly situated in underserved, structurally marginalized, racialized communities, it is important to also be cognizant of the many barriers to access that the communities that model schools serve face. Structural and cultural barriers that can sometimes make it impossible for families to connect with their child's school. My lived experience and my work has been to support racialized families who have children with autism mostly from preschool age to grade 8. It is not easy for a family to overcome all of the challenges that they're facing as a newcomer or as a first or second generation immigrant to Canada. And all of this becomes much harder when their child has autism. There may be cultural barriers and stigma that they must deal with as well. What is imperative to support these families is creating safe spaces where they can share, spaces that are emotionally safe, psychologically safe, and physically safe. This can only be done over a period of time by building trusting relationships. In the past more than 10 years, I've seen how community support workers build trusting relationships with the school communities they serve. I have seen how they keep an eye out for that one family that's really new here and would do well with connection in the school community. I have seen how they'll take a minute to send an email on the side to a parent that they know will benefit from certain offerings, whether they are workshops or school events. And I have seen how they'll listen to a parent that is apprehensive to share their concerns with the school administration. And the community support worker will carefully ensure that the concerns are not only passed along and warm connections made, but that the parent concern is addressed. In all of these instances, I have specific CSWs in mind, and in all of these instances, I have seen the sensitivity, the empathy, and the understanding with which CSWs interact with parents and caregivers that are navigating rough waters. In the past year, it has been my utmost pleasure to work with CSWs of Scarborough and Thorncliffe. It is through their efforts to create safe spaces for children with autism that we have been able to have meaningful conversations with parents and caregivers at Scarborough Elementary School. These conversations have happened at workshops, at resource fairs, at curriculum nights, at parent-teacher interview days. At all
Sorry
of
to
these
interrupt,
events, it would
Munira.
be the
Your time is up. Can you wrap up quickly? Thank you.
Yes. So I would like to, with all of the work that we've done in the past several years with community support workers, I would like to wholeheartedly support the motion that's been put forward by the ICCAC Advisory Committee to increase the budget allocation to hire more community support workers so we can bridge existing gaps within the community served by the TDSB. Thank you. My apologies for going over time.
That's okay. Thank you, Munira. Trustees, questions of clarification? Trustee Rajakulasingam, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair, Munira. Thanks so much for coming in to speak today. In your delegation, you mentioned racialized, newcomer, cultural factors. Can you tell us that intersection of race and how that impacts families of students on the spectrum? If you can just talk about that intersection.
Yes, absolutely. Families that are from ethnically diverse backgrounds, typically there's a lot of cultural stigma that they are also navigating, and that can make it very difficult for them to be able to access services. For example, in some communities and cultures, the word autism doesn't exist in the language, or it's translated in a way that can be something very negative. And because of that, it can be a barrier to them being able to access services or even being able to disclose to the school that there is a diagnosis of autism. And what that can also mean is it can be a challenge for them to be able to accept the kind of specialized supports that can be available to support their child.
Thank you so much, Munira. And if you can share your full delegation with us, I think that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee.
Sorry, could you repeat the? Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. I didn't understand the question, Yeleni. Could you say that again, please?
Your delegation, the one that you read to us, I don't
Yeah.
think you finished the whole thing. So if you have it typed out, if you can share it with trustees, we can review it later.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rajakulasingam. Delegate number 5, Suzanne Fletcher. Suzanne, are you online?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I'm here from the Space Coalition. I'm sure we all agree that community use of schools is a good thing. Space Coalition sees it as a cornerstone of healthy, vibrant neighborhoods. But does it help school board budgets and student achievement? Yes. Research shows that community involvement programs can reduce damage repair expense by 75%, and that regular participants in high-quality after-school programs are more likely to complete their homework, achieve higher grades, and have more positive attitudes towards school with a greater interest in pursuing post-secondary education. But as Pablo suggested, if permit costs increase, nonprofits may not be able to continue offering after-school and engagement activities in school. Balancing the budget in ways that can negatively impact student performance and vandalism repair costs seems counterproductive at best. I'd also like to ask some questions about the information about community use costs outlined in the March 19 agenda package. First, the ancillary costs for non-scheduled custodian services, etc., was a total of $3.1 million. I'm surprised this issue was not found in prior years, as $3.1 million is nearly the same as the $3.6 million received from the province to subsidize specific categories of nonprofit group permits. Additionally, the report doesn't actually state whether these costs were incurred for nonprofit permits, business permits, or even filming. Also, I understand the fee for lighting tech is $200 for a minimum 4-hour call out. This is in addition to the weekday evening hourly permit for a small auditorium of $48 at a cost recovery level, down to about $19 at the most subsidized level. Excuse me. For a theater or music group that needs to rehearse weekly, this is already a high expense. An increase might put it out of reach. I'm also curious about how staff determined the ancillary items, the expense for the ancillary items and subsidized permits. As we all know, permits were canceled or reduced for nearly 6 months of 2019-20, March to August, as well as much of 2021 and 21-22. So the only full school year of permits was 22-23. Did permits resume at the same volume as pre-pandemic? Or did groups not renew their permits, possibly because they lacked volunteers to organize their activities or participants didn't return to in-person activities? I understand the ministry allowed you to use CUS funds on other priorities during the shutdowns. That's a great thing. But how did 22-23 permit volume compare to 18-19? I hope the answers can be provided before the board makes decisions based on the data, and definitely before the question of subsidy categories and percentages comes to the QSCAC review of policy P011.
Thank you, Suzanne. Your time is up. I hope your delegation is finished.
Yes.
Thank you, Suzanne. Trustees, questions or clarification? Go ahead, Trustee Didavides.
Hi, Suzanne. Trustee Didavides, very quick question. Do you think there are less or more programs running after schools in the TDSB now than, say, before COVID?
I don't want to guess about after-school programs, but thinking about all the kinds of programs that nonprofits run, the sports, the civic engagement, we know from studies by the Ontario Nonprofit Network that groups are having enormous financial difficulties, as well as difficulties getting the volunteer coaches, for example, to run their sports groups or scouts or guides. So my guess is that permit use is down. I don't know.
Fair enough. That would be my guess as well. That's why I asked the question. But thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Delegate number 6, Jennifer Walk. Jennifer, are you online? Jennifer? Can you press *6 to unmute yourself?
Hi there.
Hello.
Okay, hi. I apologize I can't be there in person today, but I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I will be very brief with a quick yet important request, as I know you have lots of people waiting to speak. I'm a parent of a child at Riverdale Collegiate and at Earl Grey Senior Public School in Ward 15. I'm also a member of our ward council and the rep of both of these school councils. I was pleased to hear that at last week's committee meeting, trustees voted to add back VP and safety positions in our schools, and I know this is just the first step. I'm here today to ask that on April 2nd, you support this motion to add back and maintain these positions at the same level as last year. Our preliminary understanding in Ward 15 alone is that if this goes through, VP cuts could affect Chester, Cosburn, Wilkinson, Morris, Queen Alexander, and Earl Grey, which is my daughter's middle school. My experience obviously comes from where my kids go to school, and I cannot imagine her middle school losing another caring adult, and in particular, the VP. Currently, At Earl Grey, our VP is the person that deals with most of the interpersonal and behavioral issues, as well as filling in classrooms when there are no teachers, to supporting kids as they transition to high school, among many other duties. There are not many free moments in her day, and she's an invaluable asset to the school. I've heard from many parents in Ward 15, and they are very concerned about the impact of these cuts should they go through. In recent years, many schools have already faced losses to these positions and have seen the impacts on the safety, well-being, and mental health of students, teachers, and staff. I'm not here to advocate for the schools that my children attend, but for all schools in Ward 15 and beyond that are potentially facing cuts to VPs and safety positions. What most schools need is the addition of more caring adults, and at the very least, by supporting the add back of VPs and safety positions, we can maintain what our schools currently have and not make the situation any worse. Schools currently do not have enough caring adults within their walls to make them a place for students, teachers, the community, and staff to thrive. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I know this is another very difficult year, and very difficult decisions have to be made, and your work is truly appreciated.
Thank you, Jennifer. Trustees, questions or clarification? Seeing and hearing none. Delegate number 7, Alexandra Gonzalez.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Alejandra Gonzalez Jimenez, and I am a parent of Felix, who is 9 years old and is in 4th grade at Dovercourt Public School. I'm here today to ask all the 22 trustees to pass an unbalanced budget. A no-cuts budget is what students, parents, caregivers, teachers, and all those involved in providing education need to emphasize that our public education system has been systematically underfunded for years by the government of Ontario. Passing a no-cuts budget will make the point that to save cost, province and the Ministry of Education thank you. To make the point that to save costs and to the province and the Ministry of Education, significant programs for children and adults will need to be discontinued. Students, parents, and caregivers can't sustain more cuts. Education cuts are creating and reproducing systemic inequalities. Not every student's household can afford extracurricular activities such as arts-based learning or private lessons in math. As we know, systemic inequalities intersect with forms of structural discrimination and socioeconomic inequalities ties to gender, race, sexual orientation, national origin, immigration status, and ability. Education cuts will hinder even more the future opportunities of children and youth already facing forms of structural discrimination. At the 585 TDSB schools, students with diverse needs and facing systemic inequalities meet every day for 94 days a year. While standardized tests might capture how children and youths are being left behind in terms of content and knowledge, the reality is that children and youth are being left behind in ways that the statistics and tests can capture. Cuts in public education mean that the government of Ontario is failing to ensure not only children's and youth's academic development, but also their psychological, social, and physical well-being. Education cuts are undermining a basic principle of public education, namely that public education is supposed to be an equalizer of society. Instead, what we are seeing with the ongoing cuts is the reinscribing of already existing inequalities. Therefore, I ask all 22 trustees not to be complicit with the Ontario government and the Ministry of Education in destroying public education. As an elected representative, you have responsibilities towards the constituency that elected you. If you continue turning a blind eye to education cuts, you will be failing to be the community's advocates for a strong and healthy public education system that, as much as possible, meets students' needs and helps in overcoming systemic barriers. You will be complicit with the Ontario government, the Ministry of Education, and even previous trustees in undermining the right of every child and youth to access future opportunities. I urge you to vote for a no-cuts budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandria. Trustee Hastings, you have questions of clarification?
I think it was the mic. Just the mic.
Okay. So you don't have a question of clarification?
It's already clarified.
Okay, good. Thank you, Trustee Hastings. Any other trustees?
If I clarify, I urge you to vote for not cuts. That's what I mean? Yeah.
Thank you, Alexandria.
Sorry, let me repeat. I urge you to vote for a no cuts budget. Yes. Thank you.
Delegate number 8, Katrina Matheson.
Hello. The Toronto Schools Caregiver Coalition is urging a vote for no cuts. Any cuts, whether in the classroom or not, will put further strain on a system that is hanging by a thread. I want to commend the TDSB staff for emphasizing the role of the structural deficit as the underlying cause of these perennial cuts. The structural deficit is the amount that the TDSB is underfunded by the province for basic education. Teachers' benefits, special ed, transportation, and so much more to the tune of $239.1 million per Appendix D of the March 19th agenda. The fact that the structural deficit is combined with an obligation of trustees to submit a balanced budget is disturbing and appalling. Submitting a balanced budget under these circumstances is not noble. If you take seriously your obligation to the families of Toronto, then I urge you to sound the alarm and vote for a budget that could break this financial and political stranglehold. To the other delegates here today, I know many of you came to argue for why your favorite program should not be cut. Please consider adding to your demand, no cut for your program and no cuts to anyone's program. Students across the board are desperately in need of more funding, not less. I know some people argue that the biggest problem with our system is the TDSB management, and I agree there are problems. I look forward to addressing those with parents and trustees of all political persuasions. But first, we have to stop the financial bloodletting of cuts on top of cuts each year, whether they're direct or passive because the provincial GSN does not keep up with bargaining agreements and inflation. The last time I delegated in this room, one of you asked me what I was going to do to organize the trustees at other boards around Ontario. In response, we pulled together a meeting of about 20 trustees from other boards. The Minister of Education has made statements to suggest that the TDSB's financial issues are isolated. I can tell you from this meeting with other trustees that that is not true. No one can afford to properly run special ed. Rural boards are getting hammered by transportation costs. Students around Ontario are hungry. I also see it in my own classroom. I'm a grad student TA for first and second year students, most of whom graduated from public schools in Ontario. Not only are they ill-prepared for post-secondary work, but they complain about the same things I see in my own daughter's school: underpaid and overworked teachers and staff, not enough books and materials, not enough staff, not enough guidance. But the worst complaint that I heard from my own students was that when their classmates die by suicide or overdose, they only get grief counselors for a week or two. What are we doing here? The Ministry of Education should be pouring money into schools to literally save our children, and instead we have to sit here and talk about cuts. For the last 9 days, I've been circulating a survey asking parents if they agree or disagree with the trustees passing a no-cuts budget. We reached 578 people from 18 wards. 576 endorsed the no-cuts position. Ontario is in an educational crisis, and we need the largest school board to show some leadership. Please vote for a no-cuts budget.
Thank you, Katrina. Trustee King, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Katrina, for coming in and speaking. I see that you're representing the Toronto Schools Caregiver Coalition. Can you just help us understand who that is, how many people it is, how many people you're representing here?
Yes, thank you for asking that. So it's a totally made up group. It started about last June. I was intent on organizing parents and started reaching out to parents through mostly the council chairs and so forth. I would say we have a core group of about 6 to 10 people who are really involved, and my email list has grown in the last 2 weeks from about 60 people to about 400 people.
Thank you. And then just to clarify, you mentioned the number of people that your petition has reached with signatures. Can you just repeat that number for me?
You know what? It's slightly. I realize. Okay, I had an old number. It's 585 is the total number, and 583 voted for no cuts, and 2 disagreed with that.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee DW. Trustee Williams, you go ahead first.
Thank you, Katrina, for coming here and delegating, and for all of the amazing advocacy and organizing that you're doing. I just want to ask you to maybe elaborate a little bit more on your advocacy to the ministry. I commend you for reaching out to trustees across the province. I think that's an important piece of this. But could you speak to also your advocacy directly towards the Ministry of Education?
Yeah, the plan, I mean, look, we have ambitious plans. Our plan is to advocate, to encourage people to advocate to their own MPPs, to put pressure, obviously, regardless of political persuasion, to put pressure on the MPPs to end this concept of the structural deficit, which is indefensible. It should be illegal. If they have an obligation under the law to provide education and they can't ensure that basic things are funded, something's not making sense with that. And so it's that argument that we really want to press on provincially. And as far as the other boards go, I haven't updated them recently. I let them know that the TDSB was accelerating the budgeting process and that they should consider doing that. I'm hoping to give them an update that you have passed a no cuts budget and encourage them to do that. I really do feel that if we set an example, other boards could follow suit.
Thank you, through the chair. Those are my questions. And thank you again for coming and delegating so we can all hear.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Dawson. Trustee Dawson.
Sorry, I'm outside and I must have hit a button by mistake. But I just wanted to, now that I have your attention, commend Katrina and the other parents for their work. We hear you, we see you, and thank you for everything you're doing.
You're welcome. Thank you, Alexis, or Trustee Dawson, for your support.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee DW.
Trustee Williams asked my questions, so I look forward to working with you and other parents and helping us get that message out to our members of provincial parliament, all of them, really to have a conversation about what it takes to have a properly funded school board. So thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a question, Hastings?
I would like to thank you for having the nerve to come down and tell us what it's all about. Thank you very much.
I have a lot of nerve. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. Delegate number 9, Rita Galippi.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Rita Galippi, and I am the chair of the Toronto School Administrators Association. The vice chair of our organization is Elisa Kishore, and we represent approximately 1,000 administrators in the Toronto District School Board. We are making this deputation on behalf of our members. Any potential reductions to VP allocations in elementary and secondary schools are of great concern, as are discussions about potential cuts to support staff. Elementary and secondary vice principals are essential to addressing and promoting the well-being, academic success, and the safety of all students. They are the much-needed caring adults who make those very necessary connections with students. Vice principals work together with principals to manage school security and safety, respond to incidents that impact school well-being and student well-being, and ensure that all students are supervised appropriately and that relevant and meaningful instruction is provided in all classrooms and more. Cuts to vice principals in schools negatively impact every aspect of the learning and working environment. We thank trustees for recognizing the impact that decreasing VP allocations would have and fully support the motion to add back 20 elementary and 8 secondary vice principal positions. We would suggest that there is a need in general for more vice principals across TDSB in order to adequately address student safety and supervision in schools. Aside from the many single administrator schools, the reality is a majority of vice principals in elementary schools are teaching vice principals, and thus they are working as vice principals for only half the day while teaching for the other half. We support this model because it provides more vice principals across more schools, but some of these schools do require full allocations and continue to struggle. There are several students in our schools with complex needs, and the funding provided by the ministry does not adequately provide the teaching and support staff needed to address these needs. The role of the vice principal is critical in supporting schools with students who either have been identified with exceptionalities or have not been identified but have exceptionalities. In addition to providing on-the-ground support, vice principals complete and compile necessary documentation for special education processes. Furthermore, when special education support staff such as EAs and SNAs are absent, it is most often the vice principal who provides the support for students. Students in schools with multiple intensive support programs cannot be fully and appropriately served in the absence of a full VP allocation. In addition, we have principals in both elementary and secondary schools who are responsible for 2 schools, either at the same site or 2 separate school sites. Many of these schools have had their VP allocations cut either last year or this year, meaning that the safety and supervision of students and the availability of caring adults for these students has been negatively compromised. In many circumstances, cuts to VP allocations for these schools create situations in which one of the sites will have no administrator. Vice principals have been assigned to schools based on the many demands and needs. Cutting 20 elementary and 8 secondary vice principals will negatively impact 40 elementary and 8 secondary schools. Over the past few years, we have witnessed increased staff absenteeism and shortages. This has caused an increased workload related to staff shortages, and the staffing crisis was further reported by People of Education survey that was released yesterday.
Sorry to
As the
interrupt you, Rita. Your
associate-
time is up.
Okay.
Can you wrap up?
Yes, thank you.
you.
I just want to add that the loss of any school-based staff is extremely concerning and further removes the caring adult. So we do support the addition of social workers, child and youth worker allocations to be maintained as well. We fully support this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rita. Trustees? Trustee Shan?
You, Mr. Chair. We are talking about cuts, but if you weren't talking about cuts, how many more administrators, either VPs or principals, would we need to make sure that we are able to successfully support all of the students in our school? Has there been any calculation done by TSAA as to what would be not an ideal number, but practically what would be needed to make sure that our students' needs are met?
Well, I hope you know that my answer would be a vice principal in absolutely every single school, because the reality is that we have many single administrator schools who require support from vice principals, and that the model of a teaching vice principal has its challenges. So as many as possible across the system. I could not give you a definitive answer, but our dream would be to have one vice principal in each school.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Shan. Thank you, Rita. Delegate number 10, Kathy Crow.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Crow. I'm a nurse. I'm a former school nurse and a resident of Ward 9 and a grandmother of 3 in Wards 15 and 16. And I'm a participant in Learn for Life. On my way here, a spring course was canceled. I'm sorry this is not a budget consultation to allow the community to offer feedback, vision, and suggestions for priorities. Instead, many of us are here to react on very short notice to a financial report and direction that includes cuts, user fees that will impact equity. Then there's the cancellation of an entire program, Learn for Life. Last week on CBC's The Current, Matt Galloway interviewed sociologist Corey Keyes, author of a book called Languishing: How to Feel Alive Again in a World That Wears Us Down. He describes how we can flourish amid adversity, employing what he coins as the 5 flourishing vitamins. And I would add that today's adversities include the legacy of an ongoing pandemic, an affordability crisis, and extreme challenges in all of our communities. So what are the 5 vitamins Keyes identifies? 1, learning something new. 2, prioritize social connections, sense of belonging. 3, helping and dedicating a piece of yourself to a cause. 4, practices of becoming a better person in an ethical or moral sense. And 5, play, which is about something just for the sheer practice of flexing the muscle of imagination. And examples of these are boundless in Learn for Life. I have seen and heard from many over the course of my career. Courses that provide a new skill for job reentry, for helping manage finances and personal growth, arts and crafts that provide satisfaction, but also therapy for an arthritic or injured body. For myself, that came after a concussion. Outdoor and virtual learning opportunities that in year 4 of the pandemic for people who are homebound or immunocompromised are very much needed. And note, virtual classes are very important given it is impossible to know in one of your schools if there's a HEPA filter in the room and what the CO2 readings are. And finally, and most importantly, opportunities for socially isolated individuals. And I want you to know, you probably know this, that those of us that do Learn for Life courses do it with a lot of determination. We sometimes have to sit on a computer for hours to get through to register. We often register without knowing who the instructor will be. For those of you in Scarborough trying to take a course, there are only 4 offered. And for those wanting nature and outdoor birding education, like me and my friend Judy here, well, we waited for 16 months for TDSB to be able to find a replacement for the famous Miles Hearn, who won the Jack Henshaw Award in 2022. We were determined and we carried on 5 days a week, over 50 people doing our own program on our own. And so we're so happy that you finally found somebody for the spring course. So you are the experts, wonderful, wonderful teachers in this adult program. I know I speak for many when I say it's world class and it should be promoted like wildfire, you know, around all forms of media. You have great blurbs and profiles on social media, but I don't think you're getting as far a reach as you could. So I hope it will remain in your mandate and be a priority. And believe me, I absolutely support Katrina's comments about no cuts. 3 boys in public and high school, and I just love TDSB, and thank you for all the work you do, and please listen to everybody today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Trustees, questions of clarification? No. Good. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate number 11, Grace Lido. Grace?
Sorry, we're going to skip to 12. Grace is my daughter, and she's not going to be delegating tonight, so I'm number 12.
Grace canceled. This is delegate number 12.
Okay. So that's Anna.
Number 12, Anna Lido.
Hi, Anna.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi there.
Go ahead.
Good evening, trustees, staff, and parents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight to discuss the pressing issue of budget cuts and their impact. My name is Anna Leto, and I am here as both a concerned parent and SAC co-chair at Roselands Public School in Ward 6. Roselands, like many schools, most schools actually, in Ward 6 is a model school and is ranked 39 on the Learning Opportunities Index. This ranking highlights the significant challenges our students face daily, challenges that are only aggravated by continuous budget constraints. Since Premier Ford took office in 2018, our school has suffered from substantial resource reductions. We have lost a full-time educational assistant and a half-time reading recovery teacher. These roles are crucial for supporting our students, particularly those with ASD, ADHD, and other learning disabilities. Additionally, the cuts have eliminated a full-time vice principal and a half-time ESL teacher, roles that directly impact the management and educational support our students receive. Our access to the strings itinerant teacher has been cut off, leaving our students without any musical instrument learning, and our teacher librarian allocation has been reduced by half. These are not just numbers, they are essential supports that have been stripped away from our children, affecting their learning environment and overall school experience. In our classrooms, we've seen increased behavioral challenges, and many students who would greatly benefit from more dedicated support are left to struggle. Due to the ongoing OCT shortage, we have been forced to rely on emergency response persons daily. Our ward has one of the lowest fill rates for jobs. We are facing a dire situation, and it is alarming and utterly acceptable that we have reached a point where our children feel unsafe and are hesitant to come to school. Education is supposed to be an enriching and safe experience, not one that students fear. I urge the trustees who are elected as representatives of the public, as a community's advocate for public education, to not make further cuts to balance the budget. Instead, I implore you to advocate for the proper funding our schools desperately need from the provincial government. It is essential that we work together to ensure that our children have access to a safe, supportive, and comprehensive education. The continued cuts are not just budget numbers. They represent diminishing opportunities and support for our students and their future. The Learning Opportunities Index was created to guide resources equitably, ensuring students facing the most significant challenges have the support they need. However, with each cut, we are moving further away from this goal. I ask you to consider the real impact these decisions have on our students' lives and learning. We cannot allow our children to bear the brunt of financial austerity. It is our collective responsibility to provide them with the resources, support, and environment they need to succeed. I stand with so many parents here tonight, asking you to join us in advocating for the necessary funding and to reject further cuts that will only deepen the inequities in our education system. Let's not make our children's hill to climb even steeper. Let's provide them with the ladder they need to overcome the obstacles they face. Thank you for your time and for considering this urgent appeal.
Thank you, Anna. Trustees, questions or clarifications? Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Delegate number 13, Gwen Dolin Moncrief. Star 6 to unmute, Gwen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So thank you, and thank you as well for making virtual appearance options available. I am a little bit sick today, so grateful to be able to appear. My name is Gwendolyn Moncrief Gould, and I'm the Director of Public Policy and Engagement for BGC Canada. BGC Canada is the largest dedicated child and youth serving charity in the country. We provide really a little bit of everything, licensed childcare, authorized recreation, nutrition, mental health supports, and much more. And we really do tailor our programs to the needs of the communities that we work with. Our programs tackle pressing social issues, they empower children and youth, and really help them set a path for success. In Toronto specifically, and in response to the proposed budget, our 8 clubs have written and sent me to express their concern. Our clubs in Toronto support nearly 26,000 children, youth, and families. And our clubs, as I've said, have always served those most in need and offer programs, including after-school care at low or no cost. Today, as of this year, we operate in 52 different TDSB schools, which covers, by my count, about a third of the TDSB schools ranked highest on the Learning Opportunities Index. We have provided authorized before and after school programs in TDSB facilities for decades, and we have been very concerned and I'll say disheartened by repeated proposals to introduce or increase permit fees for community use of school spaces. As nonprofits serving the most at-risk communities in the city, clubs, and the families we work with just don't have the means to pay any additional permit fees. If kept in place, these new and increasing fees will directly result in location closures and a loss of after-school spaces on TDSB property. I will say, as clubs and as BGC Canada, we very much appreciate the financial difficulties that the TDSB faces. Like many child and youth serving organizations, BGC Club's main funding sources from municipal and provincial governments and private funders and donors just aren't keeping up with inflation. Because we offer our services at low or no cost, we also aren't able to increase fees while serving families most in need. So as the board moves through its deliberation process, I'm here to urge you to avoid balancing the budget on the backs of community organizations like BGC Clubs. Nonprofit childcare providers, including in particular after-school care, should have priority access to TDSB facilities to make sure that children and youth enrolled at TDSB schools have accessible and affordable care options in out-of-school hours. And we would really welcome further conversations with the committee, with trustees, and with staff so that we can mutually find a solution that meets the needs of the children and families that both of our organizations serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, and thank you for your delegation. Just a very quick question of clarification. You mentioned the number of schools that you operate within. What was that number?
So we're currently in 52 different TDSB schools, and then we're also in Catholic schools. So we have 8 clubs with several dozen locations throughout the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Thank you, Gwen. Delegate number 14, Jennifer Huang.
Good afternoon, trustees. Thank you for this opportunity to delegate. My name is Jennifer Wong, and I'm a parent of 2 children at Duke of Connaught, grades 1 and grades 3. I want to talk about the impact of the cuts on my children so far. So last year, my school, Duke of Connaught, lost 1 VP, lost an office administrative staff, and lost 3 lunchroom supervisors. And my children come home and tell me, my teachers are stressed. My teacher is stressed, Mom. To which, what can I say? Of course they're stressed because everybody is trying to do more with less. The impact of this hasn't only been on my own 2 kids, but I have a friend at the school and her kid is absolutely normal, a grade 1 kid, no special needs. He cannot enter the cafeteria for lunch because of the noise levels. It's 450 students in the cafeteria with very little supervision. And so it's scary for a child to actually, and he has no special needs, to actually go into the cafeteria and eat a peaceful lunch. He stays outside the doors or he doesn't eat his lunch at all. And she says that he even declines his bear claw to the extent that's how noisy it is in the cafeteria. I don't know if you guys know bear claws, but they're, a big treat of kids. And I just want to say that, this is not acceptable, that again and again we talk about cuts and where to cut from. The impact of this are not just on our students, but also on staff wellness, which I guess when you think about it, has it in turn a roundabout effect back on the students. And so I think that this experience of my children is not unique. When I talk to parents at other schools, it's the same stories I hear. They've crammed 34 kids in my child's kindergarten class. And I say, no, you need to do something. And parents just don't know what to do. Everyone is trying to do more with less, and what we're discussing, basically the trustees are being asked to rob Peter to pay Paul, because we're not talking about saying no to a cuts budget, we're talking about where to take the cuts so that, there's the least amount of impact. In the end, the cuts impact everybody. It impacts staff, it impacts learners, it impacts teenagers at the high school, it impacts primary school children, and I think we need to think about it in a different way, outside of the box. We're asking all the trustees to say no to all cuts and pass a budget that actually lets all learners, regardless of whether you're a child or a teenager or an adult or in your later years, we want all learners to thrive. And in order for our students, our children to thrive, you have to, as trustees, make a responsible decision and say no to a cuts budget. I understand the province has put you into a very, very tight spot. You have to have a balanced budget. But I really think that if we point, and the TDSB is not alone in facing a structural deficit. All the boards across the GTA are facing a structural deficit. There are alliances to be made with other school boards and other trustees. And the CCPA, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, has calculated that since 2018, there's been $1,200 less per student, per school, per academic year. So at a school like mine, Duke Connaught, with 750 schools, that's $900,000 you're taking away from my students, the students at our school, each and every school year. I think trustees will find that if you actually develop the backbone to vote for a no cuts budget, you will have the political support of all parents and grandparents across Toronto. Because as a child immigrant who grew up in TDSB, I can tell you, immigrant parents do not want you to touch their child's education. There is political back, and I just think that whether you live downtown or suburbs, you will have that support. And so I encourage you to vote no.
Thank you, Jennifer. Trustees, questions of clarification? Go ahead, TVS.
Thank you for coming in and making the petition. How would you be able to help us make that pitch to the province, to the MPPs? What would you help us do?
I think in my day job, it's one of advocacy. I think we would be able to really put pressure on the 12 Conservatives that hold ridings in Toronto to actually say no to and give the TDSB more money. I think in 2002, when you guys last went out, I'm sure almost all the trustees except one was not, were not here. They found that when they said no to a cuts budget, the province actually gave the TDSB more money, and I think that will be the similar case here. It's not true.
Thank you, Jennifer. So trustees, it's a very gentle reminder. Questions of clarifications only, please. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, for your delegation. Delegate number 15, we have Kellum Houston. No? All right. Number 16, Leonardo Zuniga. Press *6 to unmute. Leonardo? Is he online?
It's online. Sorry about that.
It's online. 15 is online. 15 is online? All right. So let's take 15 first, and then we'll go to Leonardo. *6 to unmute, Kellum. Kellum, are you there? Okay, we can put him back on list. Delegate number 16, Leonardo Zuniga. No. Number 17, Joanne Penhal.
Hi, that was a data entry error. I'm not a parent from Duke of Connaught. I'm a parent from R.H. McGregor Elementary School.
Yeah, it's R.H. King. In my list, it's R.H. King. R.H. McGregor. Yeah.
R.H. McGregor, yeah.
Yes.
We're a school of about 750. Is that better? Yep. We're a school of about 750 kindergarten through grade 5 students in East Toronto. I'm on the parent council there. I have kids in grade 5 and kids in grade 1. I have one child in grade 5 and one child in grade 1. I'm also a first-year student in the Bachelor's of Education program at York University. I have the intention of teaching primary junior in the public sector. I'm here with the consent of R.H. McGregor School Council to ask for a no-cuts budget for this coming operating year. We support you in passing an unbalanced budget, and we want you to send a clear message to the province that you will put our children's education first. Specific concerns coming from my school community are that we oppose proposed changes to the International Languages and African Heritage Program. We oppose cuts to vice principals, specifically at Cosburn Middle School, where some of our children attend, and almost all of our children will go. We oppose cuts to the grade 6 trip to Camp Kearney run by the Scarborough Outdoor Education Center. We also need more adults in our classrooms to support students with special education needs and to provide learning environments that are caring and responsive to kids' specific needs. On a personal level, I came here today with not very much time to say what I could say. I'm deeply concerned about literacy outcomes for students in Ontario generally and in this board specifically. I'm deeply concerned that we have an education system that does not systematically and universally meet kids' needs. I'm concerned that it is only families who have the means who are able to have their kids' educational needs met. I am concerned that our system is so strained that delivery of it is rigid and focused on compliance. Our system should be responsive to kids' unique needs and supportive of their creativity and independent thinking. I'm concerned that my ideological commitment to public school is the main driver for my kids continuing to be enrolled in the TDSB. I have a lot more to say. I am concerned that kids in the TDSB do not thrive every day. I am concerned that where kids do thrive, it is because of the extraordinary and exhausting efforts of committed staff and parents, rather than it being the status quo. I am concerned that fundraising school councils do is often covering things that used to be supplied through provincial funding. I am concerned that our children are not going to be adequately prepared for a future that credible people warn will include climate chaos, food shortages, disease, and fascism. I am here to ask you to vote for a no-cuts budget. I like this quote from Raymond Williams, and I tend to live by it. Make hope possible, not despair convincing. When you vote on the budget for the coming school year, you can make the proposed cuts, but I and the Parent Council at RH McGregor urge you to not cut. Do not compromise our children's education any further. When you vote on the budget, please consider your responsibility to us, local families, and not to a provincial government that has shown contempt toward you. Please approve an unbalanced budget. Stand up to the province. We have your backs.
Thank you, Joanne. Trustees, questions of clarifications only, please. Trustees online. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Delegate number 18, Susie Chang.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Delighted to be here, and thank you very much for the opportunity to delegate. I would like to put a focus on our admirable good teachers, and I believe my story is not unique. As a former student of Henry's ballroom dance class at the Overland Learning Center, I would like to reach out and express my heartfelt gratitude for the incredible journey of my dance life. Remember my first class in March 2007, it amazes me to realize that I have fallen in love with dance for 11 years since that date. Thank you, Henry, for being such an extraordinary teacher and for all the invaluable lessons both in dance and in life. I hope this dance program will continue to go on and to allow for more people to be benefited from it. And I look forward to a new, profitable phase of the ballroom dance program. Thank you very much again, everyone.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you for your delegation. Delegate number 19, Freya Hod. Can we get another chair?
Hi everyone, I'm Freya. I'm 9 years old. Hi everyone, I'm Freya. I'm 9 years old in grade 4 French immersion at Perth Avenue Junior Public School. I really want to be a third grade teacher, a poet, an author, a doctor when I grow up. I have a learning disability in reading, writing, and math. I'm dyslexic. It does not mean I'll never read. It just means that I need more help learning how to read and need to be taught a certain way that is different than how you probably learned how to read. I'm here to ask for more money for the TDSB and please no more cuts. Because of this money problem in the TDSB, I'm not getting the resource help I need. My resource teacher often has to supply for other classes because they can't find enough supply teachers. It means that I miss my special reading program. It means that I don't get the help I need, and it means that I fall behind. I am not at the same level as my friends. Falling behind makes me feel not great. If I don't learn how to read properly, I won't get to be a teacher when I grow up. I'm not the only person in my family who has dyslexia. 1 out of 5 people have dyslexia. Let's do a little math problem together. Think of 5 people. 1 of them has dyslexia. There are about 500 kids in my school. This means 100 of them probably have some type of dyslexia and will need resource support. There's basically 1 resource teacher at my school. That means that teacher has to teach 100 kids who all have different kinds of dyslexia. Now let's do the other half of this math problem all together. Not just 500 kids from my school. Think of the entire TDSB community. There are 35,000 kids in the TDSB. How many do you think have dyslexia and how many resource teachers are there to teach them? Does anyone have the answer?
None?
The answer is 47,000 students, and there are around 470 teachers to teach them resource. That is not enough help. There's lots of kids like me who need other kinds of help. If we don't learn how to read and write and do math problems, we won't have a bright future. We deserve to learn how to read and to be taught with care and respect. We are worth it. We need some more money for our learning, and please, no more cuts. Again, I'm Priya, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Freya, for your delegation. We appreciate on behalf of trustees. I thank you for coming tonight. Trustees, questions of clarification for Freya? Go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Is my mic on? Oh, there it is. Freya, I just want to thank you so much for coming and delegating to us this evening. And I guess the question of clarification to give you like an opportunity to say a little bit more. Just can you give us an idea of like the importance of the supports that you get at school?
Pardon?
How important is the supports you get at school? Like the teachers, what others?
Well, there are 100 kids that have dyslexia just in my school, but there's like a way more in the entire TDSB, and there's only like a couple resource teachers to teach all of those children, and that's not enough help.
Through the chair, thank you again so much, Freya. Student voice is very important to us here at Toronto District School Board, so we all appreciate you coming and delegating this evening.
Thank you.
We got one more trustee, Freya. Freya, we got one more trustee.
One more question.
There's another question for you. Go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Yeah?
Thank you, and through the chair. Freya, can you share with me what it is you hope to do when you grow up?
I want to be a third grade teacher. a poet, an author, and a doctor.
Well, that's certainly an inspiring aspiration, and very specific. So I was wondering if you could share with us exactly why that's what you want to be, and that's your target and your goal at this stage.
Well, I really want to be a poet because I really like poems and stuff like that, and because I'm in a play at school and I like doing that stuff. And I want to be a doctor so I can help people. And I really want to be a teacher so I can help kids like me to learn and to be big and strong. And yeah, so that's it.
That's great, and I'll just share with you that you've helped us all today with our faith in humanity and our goals and our aspirations for the future. So thank you for coming today and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Thank you, Freya. Delegate number 20, Alex Merrick.
My name is Alex Merrick. I'm also a mom to two other kids, twins in grade 1. One of whom is also likely dyslexic. I was a teacher in a former life. I'm an education advocate, a core community member, and I'm here today asking you to take a stand for the rights of students like Freya, pass the middle class budget, and work with us to advocate for appropriate funding for our school board. Learning to read is a human right. In 2018, the Ontario Human Rights Commission shared their right to read inquiry report. Ontario.
Okay. I'll carry on. Let me see. Okay. In learning to read is a human right. In 2018, the Ontario Human Rights Commission shared their right to read inquiry report. Ontario got a failing grade. The OHRC made a number of recommendations for ensuring that students are taught to read in an evidence-based and structured way. In 2023, the Ministry of Education launched a new language curriculum that contained some of these recommendations. After 3 years of advocating for Freya to get the help she needs in order to learn how to read, of parent-teacher meetings, of individual education plan meetings, school support team meetings, calls with resource teachers, unanswered emails to our school administration, unanswered emails to Stephen Lecce and his office, advocacy conversations with anyone who would listen. After 3 years of watching my child hold it together while secretly struggling every day, only to come home, to come undone, collapsing in a pool of emotions and cries of, why am I like this? Why can't I just be normal? I felt some relief with the launch of that new curriculum. Help was coming. My hopes were crushed when I learned from teachers at our school that there was no real plan to effectively train teachers on how to implement structured literacy in their classrooms. When I tutored kids with similar reading challenges, it took 30 hours to complete the foundational level training. Help wasn't coming because no additional funding or support was being deployed. One teacher in our school was tasked with providing 1 day of PD support for 450 teachers in the board virtually. My conversations with the teachers at my kids' school, I can see their overwhelm, their anger, their frustration, and their fatigue. I saw that in October. When I met with Freya's resource teacher late last fall to go over the goals, accommodations, and modifications on her IEP, I clocked the look in the teacher's face. I saw her deflate. She responded to my asks with, I don't know how we do this. I don't know how we meet all of her needs. There's one of me, and I'm only here half days. This teacher is expected to support all the learning needs of kids from grades 1 to 6. After progress reports go out, more kids get referred. After report cards, even more. More and more and more kids whose needs will be triaged based on how far behind they are, but no more money and no more support. How is this tenable? How is this acceptable? Freya's grade 3 teacher said to me once that she's never seen a kid with such perseverance and willingness to keep trying. And I've learned from Freya that we also have to keep trying. We must keep trying to get the ear of anyone who will listen that our education system must be funded properly. Additional cuts to our board cannot stand. Please vote a no cuts budget.
Thank you, Alex. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you, Alex. Do we have Aditya Chitiala online?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Good evening and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Adi. My son goes to Clinton Junior Public School in Ward 10. He's 9. He has been diagnosed with level 2 autism and he attends the DD program at Clinton. I'm here to advocate for additional resources in his class. My son was severely assaulted on January 25th by one of his classmates. The attacker left scars on his face. While the scars have healed, his mother and I are greatly concerned about his safety in class. Not just his safety, but the safety of other kids too, especially recognizing that his attacker barely missed his eyes. Clearly, there are not enough resources in his class to pay attention to each of the kids that are there. This is the way I look at things. These kids have all been dealt with a very poor hand in life. The least we can expect from the system is to ensure that that hand doesn't get any poorer. So I would like to advocate for more staff in his class so that these incidents don't happen again and my son and his classmates enjoy a safe and enjoyable environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Trustees, questions or clarifications? Thank you,
another thing I want to mention, is that this was the second time he was attacked by the same person.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya.
Yes.
Do we have Calum Houston online? Hi, Calum, *6 to unmute. Hi, Calum, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Can you hear
Hello?
us? Hello?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead. Calum?
Yeah, sorry about that. There's a lag. So I'll begin. My name's Callum Houston. I'm with Progress Toronto, and I'm here to ask that the school budget not be cut, and instead further money be invested into these programs. I grew up in Don Valley East and started in the public school system until grade 3 when I was taken out because I have ADHD and I was not able to keep up with the rest of the class. So I was put into the private system from grade 4 onwards. And I'm essentially just saying that these cuts are just going to increase the levels of austerity within our public system. More kids will be taken out of the school system and put into private schools. And this ends up having a negative impact on, it creates more issues with children socializing. They have to learn. They get separated with their friends. It's not
necessary if our system would just have, if we would invest more in kids who need services like special needs or even extracurriculars. At the end of the day, I think that we would all benefit from having more money in these programs rather than cuts. It just creates more. It adds to the struggles that kids are already dealing with. And yeah, that's the end of my delegation.
Thank you, Caleb. Trustees, questions or clarifications only, please. There is none. Thank you, Caleb, for your delegation. So this completes our first 20 delegates. Do you have something to add, Caleb? Okay, good. This completes our first 20 delegates. I would request delegates who have finished their delegation to vacate the room for the next batch of delegates. Thank you. Yeah, can we take a 2-minute break? Thank you.
we're back on the speakers list. We're starting at number 21. On the list, I have Veronica Uzieli. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Am I speaking loudly? Yes, you can hear me. All right. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Veronica Uzieli. I'm the site supervisor at the Scarborough Outdoor Education School up in Kearney. And I'm speaking tonight about the proposed option to balance the budget in the outdoor education budget in particular. Because two parts of that affect SOES and those that attend SOES directly. The first, the cutting of the weekend programs and eliminating 2 outdoor ed specialist positions. And secondly, the offloading of the cost of the buses to families for overnight trips for schools over 150 on the LOI. At SOES, it's located in Kearney, about a 3-hour drive from the city. It was chosen to be by the Scarborough Board of Education in 1978 to provide students with what for many would be their first experience in a wilderness setting in Ontario. To this day, we continue to serve many students who are newcomers to Canada and many who have had little exposure to the natural world. It is for many their first overnight trip away from home and is truly an intergenerational tradition now with many parents and sometimes even grandparents that have attended. I believe you've heard, particularly over the last few weeks since this proposal was made, from many parents and teachers and students that have been to SOES about how much it means to them. I don't think the value of outdoor education is being questioned here, but how it contributes, and I know that it contributes hugely to the TDSB mission, and I know that there is many strains on finances and we have to find money somehow. But I do want to speak to those 2 proposals, especially in combination. There are 25, 26 weekends available for booking each year, serving up to about 1,600 students. One of the reasons that SOES is always run 7 days a week is so that it makes it more efficient. And it is a well-organized, tightly run school with staffing schedules made to accommodate. Currently, the buses are rarely being driven up to the city empty, only with the exception of holidays and PD weekends. The number of buses required doesn't decrease with the elimination of the weekend trips, but the cost of the busing per trip for the school does go up as the costs are no longer shared on Mondays and Fridays. The costs per student for those schools above 150 on the LOI would range anywhere from $45 to $80 depending on whether they were sharing a bus and how full that bus would be. If weekends continue, the cost would be more like $30 to $40 per student for those buses.
You want to wrap up?
Yeah, I'll just say I also heard that people were interested in coming up to SOES, and we would love to have you to share our place with you and see the magic that happens there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Questions? We'll start with Trustee Laskin, please.
Thank you very much. You invited us up there. Can you just remind us of the 40th anniversary date to come up for the maple syrup, or the 50th anniversary
in about 4 years' time.
Coming up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Trustee Rajagolasingam.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Veronica, for coming in today. I remember going to Camp Kearney in grade 6 and great memories. If you can just reiterate what you had said about eliminating overnight trips does not reduce the transportation costs. Can you just restate what you had mentioned, please?
So buses come Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Right now, the ones that are coming on Monday are bringing back the students that have been there on the weekend, and then they bring up the ones on Monday, and it continues like that throughout the week. So the actual number of buses is not going to change, just who's paying for them and how much they're going to have to pay for them.
Thank you so much. I think it's worth hearing that again as we go through deliberations, and I want to thank you again for coming in person to share your concerns today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now move on to speaker number 22 on the list, Alyssa Goodharm. And that's virtual. Can you hear us? If you want to speak, you have to...
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Alyssa. I'm a grade 10 student in the TDSB, and I would like to see a no-cuts budget. Ideally, I do not want to see any programs disappear, and I think removing staff from schools will be incredibly detrimental to learning experiences everywhere. However, I can only personally speak on my experiences, such as my experiences with outdoor excursions and educational field trips, which are not available to every student. All throughout elementary school, I was waiting for my 5th grade year where I would be able to go to island school. I had heard from older students that it was incredibly fun, and I was particularly excited about being away from my parents for a few nights. When I finally hit 5th grade, I was elated to go. To me, I wasn't just gaining independence. I was bonding with my classmates, learning about the world around me, and making countless memories. I liked being outdoors and participating in activities that gave me a break from the usual routine. I can say in all honesty that I learned a lot on that trip. The thought of kids not being able to experience what I got to is heartbreaking. Budget cuts preventing kids from making memories and getting out of a classroom isn't going to benefit anyone. You can only learn so much from a school, and I truly believe that hands-on experiences that kids will remember will have a much greater impact in the future. Enriched learning, such as these trips, is a way to teach students who might never have been taught in a classroom. It supports different learning styles. It helps kids enjoy school. Programs such as this will be cut unless you take a stand and support a no-cuts budget. Take a stand for students, for their learning, and for their futures. Support enriched learning and furthering education. Support workers are also a necessary part of school life. I have personally had to teach my peers throughout my entire school career because teachers were not able to help them personally. Most of the time, class sizes are too large and support workers to help students with learning disabilities are too scarce. A child in 3rd grade should not have to be teaching her 4th grade peer about long division. I don't think that's the teacher's fault. It is entirely based on a lack of support. If we have more cuts, students will be left to. We need more staff in classrooms. On behalf of all students everywhere, I ask for you to support us and support a no-cuts budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alyssa. Trustees, questions or clarifications? Seeing none, thank you, Alyssa. Delegate number 23, Mercy Charles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm a parent of 3 students at Portage Trail Community School in Ward 6. I'm also part of the school council and Ward 6 PIAC co-rep. I'm asking trustees to vote for a no-cut budget. I stand before you with a heavy heart, burdened with the harsh reality of our education system is facing. Behind every cut, there lies a story of real people, our students, our teachers, and our communities. These cuts aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. They represent the loss of essential role within our school, roles that are vital for the growth and development of our children. These cuts aren't just about trimming expenses. They're not about financial constraints. It's about a long-standing pattern of neglect. Since 2018, education funding has plummeted, leaving schools scrambling to make ends meet with little hope of relief. But amidst this bleak landscape, there's hope. In the face of adversity, there's a choice: to stand idly by or to rise up and demand change. We have the power to make our choices heard, to send a resounding message to those in power: enough is enough. As a mother of students in the TDSB in Ward 6, where 19 out of 20 elementary schools are model schools for inner cities, this issue hits home for me in a profound way. I have been advocating support for my son, who's now in grade 5, since he was in grade 1, and have only received little support. My children, like many others in our community, rely on the support and resources provided by our schools. to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. The harsh reality is evident in the school, like Portage Trail, on a daily basis. Fewer teachers, dwindling resources, and diminishing opportunities for our children. The consequences of the teacher shortage and strained specialized support are severe, with overcrowded classrooms, stretched thin resources, leaving our children without the attention and support they deserve. As a parent, it breaks my heart to see our children's potential hindered by circumstances beyond their control. My children and countless others deserve better. They deserve access to quality education and support, regardless of their potential postal code or their school's funding status. Together, let's send a clear message to our provincial government. Our children's future are non-negotiable. Let's stand together, not just for my children or yours, but for every child in Toronto who deserves a fighting chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. Trustees, questions or clarifications? Thank you, Mercy, for your delegation. Andrew Waters, delegate number 25.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So again, my name is Andrew Waters. I'm a parent at Dewson School, and I'm Dewson Street School, and I'm also on the Dewson School Council, as well as is that better? And as well as I'm also currently the outgoing chair of PEAC, which is PEAC liaison. I've heard many people speak of the tremendous impacts that the cuts will have. My delegation will be from a lens of accountability. And to start, to truly be accountable to the children of the board, that means a no cuts budget. There's a couple of examples of impacts that have occurred. So VP cuts, my school lost its VP last year, and that has had a tremendous impact this year. And I can only imagine the additional impact that other schools will have. Just like a small item, the after-school language program. Again, I don't understand why staff would be recommending to move it to the evening. I just think this is another example of, again, the diminishing or making recommendations to further diminish the public board. I think I also want to speak on this process that we're going through, the lack of transparency. Again, being a member of PEAC, we were supposed to have a PEAC meeting today. It was canceled for this. I think that is important. But again, board staff did not provide an option for PEAC, a statutory committee, one of two statutory committees for parents, to reschedule in a timely fashion. And I think that is a disgrace. As well as my understanding, the initial vote was to do this final vote on the Tuesday after a long weekend, a 4-day long weekend for the system. Again, I don't understand how that could be less transparent. Again, why not just hold it over the long weekend? So lastly, to finish about accountability, as trustees, you own this continued decline of the public education system if you vote for cuts. And your voting for the continued decline in one of society's institutions that supports equity. Those of you who have been trustees for longer already own the decline, and I hope history will reflect your apologist, appeasement, and weakness, and that will follow you throughout the remainder of your hopefully shortened careers, political careers. All trustees voting in the interest of our children is a vote for a no cuts budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Delegate number 26, Tracy Reagan.
Good evening, trustees and members of the board. I'm here today representing Community Living Toronto. For those that you don't know, Community Living Toronto is a developmental service agency dedicated to supporting children, youth, and adults with intellectual disabilities in Toronto. I come before you today with a deep concern regarding the impact of budget constraints on the learning experience for students with intellectual disabilities within the TDSB. As an organization, Community Living Toronto stands firmly in support of a parent's rights to advocate for the educational placement they believe is most appropriate for their children. And we firmly believe that this choice must remain unrestricted. In 2015, UNESCO made a powerful statement affirming that ensuring that all learners have access to quality education also acknowledges the intrinsic value of diversity and respect for human dignity. It is from this standpoint that we express our unsettledness based on the information shared by the families we support. Between April 1st, 2023 and March 2024, Community Living Toronto provided direct support to over 550 school-aged children. However, we have witnessed a troubling trend. Parents increasingly report their children being denied access to full-day learning opportunities in their preferred placements. Instead, many students find themselves relegated to modified schedules due to inadequate supports within the classroom setting. The situation has significant repercussions beyond the classroom. Parents are increasingly forced to give up paid employment to ensure their children receive the support they require for their education. As an education consultant myself with Community Living Toronto, I have personally interacted with over 135 families seeking assistance in navigating their children's precarious educational experiences. I have also received requests for supports from staff members of other developmental services agencies seeking to support the families of children with disabilities. The Toronto District School Board has a duty to accommodate up to undue hardship. However, families and their children are being let down by a system that is currently unable to meet their needs adequately. Therefore, we urge the TDSB to prioritize the needs of students with intellectual disabilities, maintaining a steadfast commitment to inclusive education and upholding the fundamental principles of equity and accessibility for all students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy. Trustees, questions of clarifications only? Go ahead, Trustee Arts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Tracy. It's nice to see you in person. Could you clarify for us the role that Community Living Toronto plays in inside and outside the school system?
Sure. We provide, when I was quoting the number of 550, so that's concerning our educational consultants, which is myself. I am the educational consultant. There's nobody else there. Our early childhood services, which go throughout the city of Toronto. Our coordinators of family support, who actually provide direct support to families that have their children living with them in community, and our specialized resource homes.
Thank you. And you said that you're seeing a trend, and is this a general year-over-year trend, or something that's been particularly exacerbated post-pandemic?
Yeah, definitely after post-pandemic. There was actually, we saw just before the pandemic, we actually saw a decrease in consultations. Families did believe that their children were receiving supports. I've heard things that I haven't heard in a long time. I've heard of families that have come to me when they have tried to register their students saying that their children aren't welcome at these schools, that maybe you should consider another board because they may have more supports. But many of the consults that I've been doing are from parents whose children are being put on a modified day because they would like to choose a regular classroom placement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Tracy, as well, for your delegation. I just wanted to understand your comment about parents losing employment. Can you explain a little bit further the impact and what's happening there?
I can. Many of the families that we're supporting, either when their children are either registered to attend full day, whether they're in a specialized placement, an ISP classroom, or a regular classroom placement, their expectation is that their children will be attending full day. What's currently happening, depending on, I should say not depending on the placement, is parents are starting to see the trend where they're constantly being asked to come and pick up their children. That's how it first starts. Instead of providing more support for these kids so that the parents do not have to interrupt their employment day, so you can imagine being at work and you're constantly being called to come pick up your child, the suggestion by the board is to place those children on a modified day, which may mean late starts, which may mean early dismissal, or which may mean only attending for a couple hours a day. If their children are not in school, they are unable to continue full-time employment.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Trustee King. Thank you, Ashley, for your delegation.
Thank you.
Delegate number 28, Latoya Aldrich. Oh, sorry, Ashley, 27, Ashley. Ashley Trang? Sorry for the confusion.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Perfect. Good evening, members of the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee. I'm Ashley Trang, and my son is a senior kindergartner at Flemington Public School. I am advocating today for maintaining special education funding. I will start my delegation by summarizing my family's experience and then outline how it highlights the funding need. From the start of the school year, another student scratches and bites peers, teachers, and the principal multiple times a week. My son has been attacked twice. This happens so often that my son does not tell me about the incidences anymore at school, unless I ask. I'm told the student may have special needs and the process takes time. But as injuries pile up in the classroom, I was told by teachers, the principal, superintendent, and a trustee that there were no more supports to provide. There was no budget. I'm shocked because ensuring my son's safety is the bare minimum expectation parents have for the TDSB. I hope no adult in this room would let someone attack them weekly at work or in public. If this treatment is unacceptable on the TDC, it is unacceptable in schools. But I am sending my son to class knowing he will witness or be a victim of violence. Of course, his quality of education has been impacted. For example, their Google Classroom was last updated in October. And although the current teacher-to-student ratio is 2 to 28, it's really 1 to 1 and 1 to 27 when the struggling student is at school. I think the goal of today's special education program was to encourage integration, but my son doesn't play with this child and tells me that this child has few friends. His peer is isolated, but instead of a separate classroom, they are relegated to a different play area or stood aside with an adult. We hope our experience encourages the following improvements. 1, have immediate procedures and specialized staff available to protect students while their peer undergoes assessments and intervention. The goal would be for classmates and staff to feel safe enough to welcome their peer back into the classroom. 2, consider changing the special education policy to include safety nets in place if parental consent is not available. Ideally, this would balance parental rights with student welfare. In our case, very little was done for months because of pending assessments and a lack of that parent's accountability. The TDSB was forcing inclusion over everyone else's rights to safety. 3, implement training for staff and teaching students to include all kinds of children in their community. The current lack of resources means that the best teachers can do now is to keep a child away. And my final comments. Nope, I don't have any time for that. Thank you for your attention.
You can finish your final comment.
Okay, thank you. Children are in school for over a decade. The likelihood of any one of them facing a personal challenge is high. All of my childhood friends dealt with anything from divorce, financial strain, and abuse to physical and mental health struggles. But children should not be taking out their issues on peers or educators. Everyone, always, has a right to a safe learning environment. Please properly fund special education and mental health supports programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Delegate number 28, Latoya Aldrich.
Hi, I'm Latoya. I'm here as part of the Inner City Community Advisory Committee, but I'm also here as mom of two wonderful children at TDSB, one in elementary school, one in high school. And our family is filled with neurodiverse and other disabilities that keeps us entertained. I'm here to share just one story, and I hope that my experience and the story that I share will impress on you the need to vote against balancing a budget that will significantly cut and further marginalize individuals with intersecting identities across income, disability, language, gender, and all the other parts of us that makes us human. We need an innovative cost structure, TDSB, when we're thinking about how we're going to be applying funding. We need one that meets the needs of our children, all our children. CSWs, for example, was in my journey and has been a great support for our youth in our community. My story with a son that has neurodiverse, autism, ADHD, a couple others, amputation. We can imagine that emotional regulation was not always that easy. There's days he came home and will be hitting his head and screaming, "I hate my brain, I hate my brain, I hate my brain." He would get in trouble at school for things, and the CSW was the only person that I spoke with that actually saw him as just a child as he started our conversation with. Of course, he'll go through that. He's just a kid. My advocacy, it goes all the way back to when I was a student at TDSB. I got suspended often in elementary school. I was never diagnosed until I was in my 40s. Some kids, they do need more support. They do need more funding. And they're already not getting enough. And they're being penalized. And those families that are not sure of how to advocate or are just uncomfortable approaching TDSB staff, they're in isolation, trying to provide the right support for their children. So I hope that when you look at that budget, see the children, all the children, and understand that the CSWs are one of the most important members of our community that connects the voices between the students and the parents and the staff. That's it.
Thank you, Latoya. Trustee Chenoslin.
Thank you, Latoya, for your really for sharing your personal experience. I think that hits home in a way that makes it so real. I just wonder, this isn't exactly a budget-related question, but you talked about how many families feel like they can't come to the TDSB to talk about what they need. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? And if you have any suggestions for us, because it's something that we talk about a lot around this table, but I think us talking about it versus hearing from someone who's experienced that, if you can provide us with any insights, that would be helpful.
Sure, I can share a story that another parent shared with me. I'm definitely one who has always been willing. I'm the middle child in my family, so I don't mind going up. But there are other parents who they have gone to the principal's office or gotten phone calls so many times it impacted their job and their employability. And they have gone where they thought was like to too many different areas at TDSB. And one parent just shared with me where she said, I just simply just plan to take my child out and homeschool. I don't think that they want to hear my voice anymore. And it's just that there is a strong disconnect. And I think that that is why we need more CSWs that are less, have less schools on their shoulder and able to bridge the gap. There is a gap. Each community members, whether they are, from a diverse background, they're coming into the conversation different. And some culturally do not like to, to press and to to tell others that they need to change. There's only a few that will actually do that.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank
you for coming today.
Thank you, Chair Chinoslin. David, go ahead.
If you have a second, I have a question for you. I wanted to thank you for coming first and for being vulnerable and sharing your own experience and your child's experience. Sometimes I feel that different CSWs in different neighborhoods have different abilities and different ways of doing things, but you obviously had some really positive experiences, and you're here to advocate for us being able to add CSWs. You touched on it a little bit in terms of the accessibility, but what else have you seen? Maybe you can talk a little bit about what you think is positive about the CSWs in the school settings that you're familiar with.
I can speak about it in terms of just seeing the difference between when I was in middle school and when my children right now, when they're in middle school, the conversations that they're able to have with the parents are different. Coming into an office to meet with principals, vice principals, psychologists, and a whole bunch of others, and everyone is spewing words that they don't understand. It's impossible. It's very intimidating, especially if you're coming in with a different language. I've had parents that say to me, I was at the SST meeting, but I didn't understand. And I said, why didn't you ask for clarification? She said, my language is different. I don't want them to think I'm an idiot or something. A CSW can pick up on those cues and can say, no, let's break this down. They can be able to do that. And also they do other things, like they have different programs that they put on. My kids were in the read-in thing that they put on, and some of those conversations that were had were very plain and in their language and just spoke to their experience. If they were Black, if they were from another country, if they spoke different or sounded different, those books that they read, it made, especially someone like my daughter, feel at home. She saw a book being read about a little girl with thick, kinky, curly hair. For her, that meant something.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Latoya. Thank you, Diabetes. Delegate number 29, Ahmed Havamda.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well. My name is Ahmed Hawamde. For a large majority of my life, I was a TDSB student. I'm a recent graduate of Agincourt Collegiate Institute in Scarborough North, as well as the graduate of the high school Arabic credit program. Prior to this, I attended the elementary international languages program, and it is what I'm here to speak about with you all today. I would like to begin with a quote. It is an understatement to say that this program has changed my life. It's a second home where I feel welcomed and not judged for my culture or background. It's a place full of confidence building and self-exploration. But most importantly, it's a place full of love. Without this program, I would not be able to be proud to say that I'm Arab Canadian. These are my words that I said right here a few years ago regarding the then proposed cuts to the international languages and African heritage programs. Now I'm here again, nearly 5 years later, to ask that this program not be restructured without further community involvement. As community members, we all have a shared understanding of the importance of the International Languages Program in fostering growth and providing a safe space for students from immigrant and racialized backgrounds. It is why I spoke to you all 5 years back, and it is why I'm here again. The proposed shifting of course times, larger class sizes, and fewer site locations will only work to reduce access. As outlined by QP 4400, these changes would require parents to pick their children up from school, take them home, just to have them come back, send them back to school for the International Languages program, and pick them back up at 8 p.m., at a time many young children are preparing for bed. For families from lower socioeconomic backgrounds that may rely on public transit or have unique working hours, these proposed changes simply don't work. They only further marginalize families that already feel the brunt of existing systemic barriers. These concerns are real and must be taken seriously. It is why my Arabic International Languages teacher reached out to me when she was made aware of the proposed changes. Because she and other education workers who we know understand best the day-to-day functions of these programs know that these proposed changes do not prioritize the community's best interest. Currently, I'm a public policy student at the Monk School at U of T, and through my studies, I understand the harsh realities that we are all too often forced to confront, that of the balance sheet. However, I have also learned that budgets are about priorities. For the International Languages program to flourish and prosper, something myself, community members, and I hope all of you know has the capacity to do, it must be prioritized. The answer is not fewer sites, reduced accessibility, or a shift in times, or a shift in times. I hope you consider listening further to community members and those most impacted before making changes to the International Languages and African Heritage programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Trustees, questions of clarification? Trustee Raja Kulasingham, do you have a question of clarification for Ahmed?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Hi, Ahmed. Great to meet a fellow ACI alumni. Ahmed, you mentioned, being a diaspora child, how these programs helped you as an Arabic Canadian. Can you just clarify why you believe that even the changing in time would impact program accessibility? Can you just clarify what you had said?
Yeah, for sure. I'll speak from personal experience. I think for the most part, I'm really speaking from the heart. Being myself, Arab Canadian, more specifically, being Palestinian Canadian, I think you can imagine it's not always the easiest place to be in a classroom environment. Growing up, it was not something I identified with. It was something I actually hid a part of my identity for the first 13 years of my life, really. But it was Arabic school that gave me that safe space I needed to be able to express my Palestinian identity, my Arab identity, but particularly my Palestinian identity, right? Being in a space that is openly safe, where I have teachers and classmates who I don't need to explain about my background or explain an entire history to explain why I can't point to a map to tell you where my family was from. And so I think that Arabic school program, it meant so much to me. And I think, again, hearing from educators and those, frankly, who know best about the realities of this program, they know that these time changes will impact accessibility. Having to take children back home just to bring them back to school and then bring them back home it's gonna stop many children and many families from being able to access these really critical programs that I'm such a strong believer in, because it was such a big foundation in who I am today and being able to really pursue my dreams.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That was very powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Raja Kulasingham. Thank you, Ahmed, for your delegation. We have delegate number 30, John Weatherup.
I'm John Weatherup, and I'm the president of the Toronto Education Workers. We're a united voice for 17,000 workers, their working conditions, and students' learning conditions, ensuring publicly funded education. As I speak here today with only 3 minutes and the over 600 or 500 job classifications, I decided that I would speak about the impact on the cuts over the years in a number of programs and a way forward. So before speaking tonight, I watched the Oscar-winning documentary, The Last Repair Shop, which is the repair shop at the Los Angeles School Board, and the impact programs had. So there's a number of programs I wish to speak to tonight, and the impact it'll have. One of the programs that we're talking about is the seniors programs and general interest, but in particular around seniors and the impact of isolation. And the number one determinant of seniors' health is isolation. And these programs will be detrimental to hundreds, if not thousands, of our seniors and the learning conditions under general interest instructors. A number of parents have spoke tonight about special education, and I can only confirm what they've said in a number of categories, haven't seen it up close, representing over 2,000 special ed EAs and spec ed workers. The violence that occurs among students also occurs among staff. It's a little more transparent among staff, where we have thousands of violent incidents. I'm not sure I've ever seen the statistics for the violence around children. The other area that we refer to as program or services is in the caretaking area, where we see that coming out of COVID and the cleaning of schools and working into respiratory viruses and now into the measles, they deliver an important for a clean and safe environment. International languages you've heard about tonight, and the importance of languages as we see the influx are coming into our city or welcoming into our city with people from around the world, and learning in their first language, as you just heard from the student before, is important. And sometimes we forget around central administration, where we have a whole bunch of categories that most people wouldn't even understand what falls under central administration, but they take the brunt of our abuse in the government, and we need to move on from that. There's outdoor education, which is on this list, and for a number of years it's been out there, and the value of outdoor education is overwhelming. Some that get left aside is also school office staff. We've heard from the principals, and we were supportive of the principals' comments. We also have school-based secretaries, office staff who are in the schools, not only dealing with the parents calling in about the safe arrival or the safety of their children. We're also dealing with lockdowns, hold and secures in a much more interesting city, shall I say. So I see my time is running out in closing. I just want to say, as the history has been through the times that we've lived over my 35 years at the school board, well-behaved trustees, it's a paraphrasing a famous saying, well-behaved trustees rarely make history. It's time for us to make history together. Kathleen Wynne, standing up to the government, went on to be Premier of Ontario. Sherry Carroll went on to become the Budget Secretary for the City of Toronto. And in my heart is Sheila Carey-Meyer and Irene Atkinson, who stood up for public education over a long number of years. Thank you, and we should go along on the fight together, and we will support you in not only fighting the cuts, but actually building up the education system that we love. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Trustees, questions of clarifications for John? Trustee Shan.
Thank you. Mr. Weatherup, just a quick question around the impact on the staff. What aspects of the proposed options to balance do you think will impact in terms of loss of staff, and where do you think that would happen? Just a point of...
The largest number of loss of staff will be in the general interest seniors programs as numbers. But I want to be clear. I think people should understand the staff levels in our school that were approved are not enough staff to deliver the programs that we need. What we need to understand is the system is in crisis now. These additional cuts will just put it over, as we've learned, it's unsafe for staff and students today. Any of these cuts are going to be harmful to whether it's our seniors, whether it's special education, whether it's the safety of students and staff. The system is in crisis now. This will put it on life support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Shan. Trustee Hastings.
Chair. Mr. Weatherup, my name's Dennis Hastings. I have reached out, I realize it's not part of this, I reached out to you a number of times to have you give me a call because you've had interesting things to say, but not to me. Could you do that again? Dennis Hastings, my number is on my file, and just Give me a dangle. I'd love to hear from you.
No, Mr. Hastings, if I have been putting you to the side, I apologize and I will call you.
Thank you, John. Any other trustees? Trustee Hastings, do you have any other questions? Thank you. Delegate number 31, Terry Preston.
Really?
So it's always hard to follow John, but here we go. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to discuss the recommendations regarding the International Languages and African Heritage Programs and the General Interest Seniors Program, also known as Learn for Life. I have a written presentation for your consideration, which cannot be addressed in 3 minutes, but I understand it is part of the package that you've received. I will instead address broad issues of concern. You are being asked to consider cuts without full information regarding the impact of the cuts on students, families, and adult learners. Trustees have noted the voice of parents in the International Languages African Heritage Programs are not often the voices most heard from by trustees. As trustees, we believe you should insist on hearing from parents through a survey asking their opinion of the time change of after-school delivery model to a 5:30 to 8 p.m. model, and whether they would be able to continue to enroll their child at that time. A proper analysis should then be done of the impact on student participation in the program. We believe the result of the change in time will result in fewer students of primary age participating in the program. Increased transportation costs for families traveling to and from the hubs may also represent a barrier to participation for some families. These create inequities of access. In our written submissions, you will see concerns raised regarding the layers of administration costs attached to the program. You will also see concerns with the current registration process and pre-registration. I'm going to run out of time. The underfunding of ILEAH program needs to be addressed. As trustees, we encourage you to seek full funding for this government-mandated program. Both International Languages African Heritage and General Interest Seniors Program have within Appendix C, which you were shared with on March 13th, internal allocations and recoveries. For general interest, it is $340,000, which is half of the so-called deficit in that program, which means the permits, the board is charging the program permit fees and paying themselves for the use of their schools. If the program is eliminated, which budget line would see a reduction of $340,000? We have broken down in the written submission what we feel the break-even cost is for general interest in seniors programs. And we feel that with 10 people registered in a class, the program is more than break-even. The board also says that most boards across Ontario operate continuing education at break-even or surplus. Part of that is because all of continuing education operates under one department. In the TDSB, we run some adult education under the Department of Business Community Services, and then others under Con Ed. This prevents the synergy that would be available to find the other revenues that are referred to in policy P019. QP 4400 represents 220 instructors employed in the General Interest in Seniors Daytime Program and another 580 instructors in the International Languages African Heritage Program. They are passionate about their work and want to work with you to ensure students, learners continue to have access to these programs through the TDSB. Let's work together to that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Trustees, Trustee Williams.
Thank you so much, Ms. Preston, for coming and delegating this evening so we could hear your views and the views of QP 4400. You mentioned in your delegation something to do with the layers of administration. Could you clarify and elaborate what you meant by that?
So in the International Languages African Heritage Program, there is a program manager, there is a curriculum resource manager, there are program officers, there are area principals, and there are clerical staff responsible for the site. In many boards, it is simply the site administrator who is responsible for the site, and they don't have all of those many layers of supervision, if you want, over and above the direct delivery of the program.
Okay, through the chair, thank you for your response. If I can just follow up, you mentioned during your delegations some offsets in the proposed savings. Have you done any number analysis on, the layers of administration that you mentioned?
No, I haven't.
Okay, just curious.
The problem with the information that's been received on continuing education is administration costs are one line, but it's for the whole department. You can't really break out what is being attributed to which program within that department. So it's not transparent in terms of how those monies are allocated against these programs.
Hey, through the chair, those are my questions. Thank you again, Ms. Preston.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Dawson.
Through the chair, thank you very much for coming today and for your delegation. In speaking about adult education, you mentioned that our board has it siloed differently than other boards. Can you clarify that?
Yes. So most boards run continuing education programs as one department. The TDSB has, over the years, set up, we used to call it contracted services. I think it's now called business and community services and transportation. So monies that may have been identified within the programs that run there in terms of allocated recoveries, costs and recoveries, would within other boards help offset some of the costs of programs that don't generate revenue. That's not available in our board to our continuing education department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Any other trustees? Thank you, Terry.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate number 32, Wendy Terry.
Okay, am I speaking at the right level into this thing? Good, okay. The reason I know the general interest programs is that for 25 years, as long as we've been doing this newspaper, Learning Curves, I've been delivering to the night school general interest programs. So when I went around this year, and if you want to know what's going on in an organization, just ask the frontline people. You know, how's it going? The drop in enrollment was very frustrating for them. And one thing that struck me, there's two things that struck me. One was the fact that the calendar, this calendar, I'm 76, I can't remember, it's at least decades that I've got it every August in my mailbox. with the programs listed in it. Every household got it in their mailbox. This year, they didn't. The only place it was put out was at the library. Now you can wander around the library looking for things for a while. But that seemed to be the main feeling with the frontline staff, is that this calendar had not been put out this year. It was the first time. And what I was wondering, if it, is Alex here? Alex, no? I talked to Alex about advertising in the newspaper. And he said one of the reasons they didn't do it is they were trying to be green, you know, green. So they weren't putting out paper, you know, like all this paper. So I thought, well, that's interesting, because this colleges, I go around to the colleges too. We have 4 or 5 delivery people, and I do some in Toronto, but mostly in the GTA. This is Centennial's calendar 2 or 3 years ago. Look at this, how fat it is, right? It's got all the courses listed that you would find on the internet now. What do they do now? They put out this little booklet with the program areas listed. That's it. And they try to get people's interest by listing the program areas to go into the website. So I wondered if they could do that. Here's the program areas. Here's the site offerings. Here's the program areas. If they could do a much smaller version of this and put it in people's mailbox in every household in Toronto, and it would cost a bit more money maybe than what they're doing now, but at least it's something that people are used to getting. Oh, the school board. Oh, I have to go online now. I'm looking at this interest course, but it would be there in the mailbox. August, time to go back to school, adults, right? So I'd like people to think about that. The other problem is I've been taking general interest courses forever. I don't know. I learned my computer work on it. I even took a Mandarin course. When I retired, I took 2 music courses and 2,
Hi, Wendy.
music courses. I can't remember the other
Sorry.
2.
Hi, Wendy. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm talking too much? Okay. What it is, I want you, every one of you, when you go home tonight, try to register in a course. You don't have to pay. The new registration system, and trying to understand the system. You get all, you know, when you go in a website, you get all these paragraphs and you got to look for the thing that answers the question you have. Well, it's like that. I want you to go and try to register for a course. I just tried to register for social media marketing. I'm still doing it. It's about the 3rd time. And I finally found a website that I said, I want to talk to a real person. It was the CE website. And then she gave me a phone number, but I'm still working through the registration. You used to be able to go into.
Sorry to interrupt you, Wendy.
You used to be able to go into a school and talk to the registration person there.
Hi, Wendy.
Oh, shut up. Sorry.
I'm sorry, we've got another 100+ delegates to listen. Your time is up. Trustees, questions or clarifications, please. Trustee Hastings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming down. Thank you for telling us the errors in our way. Do you think if we revert back to what it is that we used to do, we will increase what it is we call membership to the classes that are being given? Would it make it easier to register for these classes?
It's discouraging.
Yeah. And the answer is?
The answer is to look at that site and make it clearer how you want to register, get to it, how you don't put all these paragraphs, just here, like point form, boxes, diagrams. The field of websites, most people are redoing their websites because they're making them cleaner and more easy to get at. The older versions of the websites are, you got to keep reading all these paragraphs. I forgot to bring, I had about 6 pages of paragraphs that was telling you how to get registered online. But the new people are redoing their websites. A lot of people are doing them, so they're much clearer about here's step 1, here's step 2, here's step 3, and a phone number, and a person, a real person on the end of the phone, not a voicemail. Pay. You were paying for all these people to look after you in these sites. Add a couple people at that 388 number, I forget what the comment was, to answer the phone, to help you work your way through it. I used to I taught ESL at Overland Learning Center for 24 years and 8 months. I had a heart attack, that's it. And so I used to tell my students, I gave them the calendar, the ESL students. I said, here, pick a course, something you're interested in. You can practice your English and make some friends. I always gave them the calendar. And there's a lot of seniors that take it. I'm senior now, so I take it. There's
Are you?
Seniors. And the other thing is that a lot of social workers refer their clients to the general interest programs.
So then you're telling me that if we went back to what it is that we did and we did so well, it would succeed again as we did before in the past.
Well, you don't have to go totally back. Try a view book. Try a redesign of don't pay everybody to go back into this, registering on site here, but pay someone to be there to answer the phone when you're trying to register and redesign the website so it's much clearer. The new designs on the websites are a lot clearer. If you've seen the difference in older websites and new sites, so you don't have to go back to the beginning. Try a view book for the calendar to get people online. Try a couple staff at that centralized registration place to answer the phone.
Okay, I have a feeling.
Trustee Hastings, sorry to interrupt you. Your time is up. I have Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair.
Yes.
Wendy, I appreciate the ideas and the suggestions that you've shared with us. I wasn't familiar with learning curves, so I just took a moment to look up what it is. And it looks like you're a media platform that promotes continuing education and job training locally.
Yes.
I just want to clarify first that I have that correct.
Yes, the idea is to create a sense of community through a newspaper for adult education in Toronto, because when you think education, people think youth and kids. But we're trying to, we like the print version. We deliver to 555 sites and we publish 11,500 now. And it's a sense of when you go into our sites, employment centers, ESL classes, learning centers, when you see libraries, when you go in there, you say, oh, learning curves, that's about adult ed, and you pick it up, right? We don't have a sense. When you think of adult ed, people tend to think, oh yeah, right, but you need to see it as part of the whole, and we talk about lifelong learning. Well, continuing ed is lifelong learning for adults.
Thank you. I have one quick follow-up question. Just wanted to know, as far as you know, is what you do unique, or are there other media platforms, publications that are also promoting this kind of continuing ed, speaking to seniors, or is this a unique space that you hold?
No, there was one I came across, I forget what it was called. It just looked like a new one, but it was done by an employment resource center. I went in and asked them what they were doing. We do a newspaper, what are you doing? But I don't know, there's no real sense of a center, an information center, where you can get information about colleges, universities, career colleges, community centers, adult ed. Now, the Workers' Educational Association sort of died in North America. It was red-baited, if anybody remembers that term. But in Finland has just been the happiest country in the world, right? The Workers' Educational Association there runs a learning information center for all the provision of learning for adults. And it's unfortunate that it died out here, because New Zealand has 5,000 book clubs. The WA has 5,000.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm just going to interrupt you because I think our time is up. Yeah.
okay.
And I did get the question, but if you remember the name of the other resource that wasn't available to you right now, I'd
Yeah.
invite you to reach out and let me know. I would be interested.
If you look up WEA, you'll find 7 or 8 countries, especially Nordic countries, that have their organization. They all have a community learning information center with everything. You know, colleges, universities, school boards, et cetera. They don't put them off in little, I don't know.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you for your delegation.
Shut up? Okay, bye.
Thank you so much. Delegate number 34, Lisa Skate.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. And I am speaking on behalf of a community member as well. We're having internet issues, so I'm hoping that I can keep it as brief as possible so I make it through. I'm speaking on behalf of Novelet Mitchell. Novelet Mitchell is the president of Jamrock 6 Lions Leo Club of Scarborough. She is also, as I am, a member of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, also a rank and file member of AHEN, which is the African Heritage Educators Network. So I'll proceed. There's no question that we need inclusive and equitable curriculum programming for all students. This is not negotiable. Hence, these recommendations cannot be supported. Once again, recommendations by elected TDSB board and trustees have not considered consultation with students, learners, and the community. To restrict or eliminate or dismantle valuable, equitable programming that we developed and use cannot be supported. This being the decade of the UN declared Decade of People of African Descent, this TDSB board, having established a Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement, the first of its kind in Canada. And from 1977, the African Heritage Program offered to elementary students, a program in which I'm a former instructor, a program for which you will hear next, most eloquently a former student will speak about, was launched in 1977, implementing cultural and heritage curriculum into our classrooms. The African Heritage Program offered to elementary students is a program in which it is essential. It's an essential program that offers a lens of engagement that students see themselves, learn about contributions and contributors that society seldom sees. This is enrichment. This is an incentive to succeed, and it actually costs very little. In fact, it's priceless. It cannot be that the Board of Trustees can make and vote on recommendations without real consultation, without real engagement of those invested in this program. We don't believe you have. African heritage programs need expansion, not reduction. Are trustees not willing to be allies for improving the experiences and outcomes for Black students? To hear community voices who seek to advocate for systemic change within the educational system? So I know trustees have an opportunity to ask us questions, but we'd like to ask you, where was the consultation to parents and community and those invested in a program, such important program as the African Heritage Program? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Delegate number 35, Edward Chin.
Thank you. Justin. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not sure, like most of you guys are working a 12-hour shift, so to take time off work to come here to take part in this important discussion. Just going to relay on what Lisa was speaking on earlier. I was one of her students that took this course. I came from Jamaica, and this was the perfect program that I found to help bridge that experience I had back home and to the school system that we have here. So this is the second time I'm coming to one of these. I was in high school the first time, and now, second time coming here. And again, we're here again to defend inclusion and the equitable curriculum programming of our students. Once again, recommendations by elected TDSB trustees have missed the mark on upholding and enhancing valuable, equitable programming that we desire and help create by seeking to diminish its delivery. The African Heritage Program offered to elementary students is a program which I am a former student, as I mentioned. This program was launched in 1977 by incorporating cultural and heritage curriculum into the classroom. The TDSB not long ago launched the Center of Excellence for Black Students Achievement, which was the first of its kind, which Lisa mentioned. This was created with the intention of improving experiences and outcomes for Black students and aim to hear community voices and seek to advocate for systematic change within educational institutions. The African Heritage Program is one that Black youths and any interested students can take. Students engage in learning about history and contribution of African Canadians and diaspora. However, it must be noted that the program is a lens which was mentioned, which students of African Canadian and African diasporic identity, be it the continent, Caribbean, or anywhere in the world, can see themselves reflected in the curriculum, which seldomly happen outside of Black History Month. This program helped Black youths mold their mind and contribute to shaping future leaders of Ontario and Canada. As an individual who has benefited from this program, I can say it has greatly helped me build self-confidence and assisted me in my career as a manager and my role as the CEO of my company, knowing that as an individual, I can also make a difference. I attribute this to taking this program because I saw myself in a positive light, and I wish the same for younger Black students or students in general, including my son and daughter who has joined the school system recently. And I want them to have this invaluable opportunity for themselves to learn about their history and where they come from. So until the TDSB and trustees generally seek to see that this program is more than dollars and cents, but rather that it makes sense to enhance and expand and to have proper consultative conversation, we cannot accept the recommendation. So we don't want any cuts. We want you guys to consult with the community to see how we can expand on this program to make it better for new Canadians because most of the people here, I'm sure, are immigrants coming, and we need something to be able to bridge that gap between the system of their country and when they come to Canada, for them to experience and have that experience for themselves to move to the future. And so my questions are, and again, I want to reiterate that these programs are invaluable and priceless. Like, you cannot put a price tag on it. And if you choose to diminish it, it means that you're giving up on youths that are potentially coming to join the system and to become part of the Canadian system. So my question goes back to, did the TDSB trustees consider the severe impact of eliminating these programs? How is equitable learning, which is evident by the Center of Excellence for Black Students Achievement, supposed to strive with this recommendation, and why were we not consulted? And the other one is, our cost-cutting recommendation not ingenuous as this program, since the program was created to help, not stunt educational growth. So.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you for your delegation. Trustees, questions or clarifications only, please. Trustee Davidis.
Hi, Edward. Thank you for coming. Question and clarification. What do you think we would learn from your own experience if we went out and we consulted with families about the programs that obviously made such a big impact on your life? But what do you think we would hear from other families?
So to answer that question, I'll go back when I first joined attended the first delegation, and I was asked another question, which was, does funding this program reduce the crime rate? And I was shocked by that question because I was new to Canada and I wasn't aware that there was an issue where most crime was attributed to being Black. So I said, well, my general interest is to learn about myself in this country and how I can contribute to it. So if there is already a stereotype that's existing, I hope to change that. So I am proof that the program works, and I'm hoping that others will follow suit and that there's other avenues available to help. I hope that answered your question.
You did, and I'm sorry that was the first question you got when you first came in, because I'm not sure that was a fair question to you back then. But what do you think other families now may say to us? What do you think we would benefit from our consult? Do you think we would benefit from consulting more with families?
I think you would, because you guys have already taken the steps in the right direction by having the first Black Excellence, and you're trying to level the playing field when it comes to equitable education. So anyone that's coming to Canada, regardless if it is through the African program or whatever program that's created, I saw there was another gentleman that also took the program, and he's of a different background as I am. So it is able to expand beyond what it says African, but I'm sure there's other venues that can benefit from it as well. So for parents, I feel this is something that they should, and they're not going to learn that from home. And I heard someone mention that if you change the time from during regular school time, it's not part of the curriculum. You're now making an after hours program where parents are not, the onus is now on the parents to make sure that they go out and get that additional education about their own identity, which should be part of the original curriculum going forward.
Thank you, and thank you for making the time to be here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davidis. Thank you, Edward, for your delegation. Delegate number 36, Magdalene Winterhoff.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people, in particular Savannah Bartlett, who's out in the cafeteria, who helped me with my deputation this evening. So it's our understanding that the general interest courses, all listed under Learn for Life, are to be eliminated as a cost-saving measure in order to address the sizable budget that you are facing, the budget deficit. We're very disappointed by this recommendation, as the general interest courses for adults and seniors have been a hallmark of such programming, and in fact are in keeping with the board's stated policy 019. The board will provide community programs for adults 18 years of age and older to provide them with opportunities to develop knowledge and skills and to maintain a healthy, active lifestyle. The policy states that the community program should be fully funded by user fees and other revenues. I believe your projected 2023-24 deficit is $694,454, according to page 14 of your appendix. Have there been attempts to secure funding from other sources, such as Ministry for Seniors and Accessibility? Appendix A on page 14 states, given the provision of interest courses available in Toronto, it is recommended that the TDSB no longer provide general interest / seniors daytime programming. The scope of these courses offered under the Learn for Life program are not available in Toronto. Many of these courses are not appropriate for online learning. They require hands-on learning, hands-on teaching. The Learn for Life program is especially important in a large urban setting such as Toronto, where it is easy for people to feel disconnected, stressed, and alienated. Others have spoken about that this evening. Kathy Crow in particular has been very eloquent about that. The pandemic has exacerbated this situation. While general interest programs appeal to all ages, all age groups, we know that overall the senior population is growing significantly. It is well documented that this age group is at risk of social isolation and loneliness. Daytime courses are especially important for seniors and others with limited mobility who find it difficult to attend evening programs. Research underlines the positive effects of lifelong learning for everyone. Eliminating the general interest seniors' daytime courses would in no way be beneficial, but instead would worsen an already dire situation. This program is not a frill. None of the programs tonight that we have heard about are frills. We urge you to reject these recommendations. And I'd like to add that I have a petition signed here by 400 learners, both young and old. I'd be happy to leave them here for you. Any questions?
Thank you, Magdalene. Trustees, questions of clarification?
No.
There is none. Thank you very much for your delegation. Delegate number 37, Daniela Woods.
She's not in.
Delegate number 38, Ebony Bertorelli. Can you hear us, Ebony? *6 to unmute. Hello, Ebony. Press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear
Hello?
you. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Before I start, I just want to thank all the other delegates today. I've been listening for hours now. I'm really blown away by the bravery, vulnerability, and deep understanding of what is right and good when it comes to education. So just thank you so much for showing up in the way that you all have to fight for things that should be basic rights and priorities. I'm a resident of Ward 7. I'm grateful to be together today and to have the opportunity to passionately advocate for the continuation of funding for the Learn for Life program. and the adult and senior
Hi,
general
Bonnie.
interest
Sorry to
programming that
interrupt
falls
you.
under it. Yeah.
Can you speak a bit loud?
Yeah, 1 second. Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Sorry, I'll start over. Before I start, I just wanted to thank everyone that has spoken today. I've been on this call listening now for hours, and I'm blown away by the bravery, vulnerability, and deep understanding of what is right and good when it comes to education. So I wanted to thank everyone that's spoken tonight for showing up in the way that you all have to fight for the things that should be basic rights and priorities. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I'm grateful to be together today to have the opportunity to passionately advocate for the continuation of funding for the Learn for Life program and the adult and seniors general interest programming that falls under it. I want to remind folks at the beginning of my sharing that at its foundation, the Learn for Life program is a fee-for-service program, or in other words, a program that's supported by the payment from its users. It has an important subsidization component, which is crucial to why it's so important, but it is a paid program nonetheless. And I want to call that out because it means that it stands out from some of the other soul-crushing delegations and needs that we've heard today as having more clear opportunities and pathways for continuation versus the short-sighted recommendation of cancellation. I moved to Toronto in 2016. I didn't know hardly anybody. I was adjusting to some large and difficult life changes that had brought me to the city. I was alone, I was struggling financially, I was shouldering a resulting mental health collapse, and I was working to rebuild my life. I was having a tough time settling into the city, a tough time meeting people, and an even tougher time finding places to be and things to do that felt accessible, joyful, and hopeful. And I wasn't sure that Toronto felt like a place that I could call home. Knowing what a hard time I was having, a colleague at work introduced me to the Learn for Life program as one of the best things about the city. And from that moment forward, I've been a Learn for Life student for 7 years, recommending it to all my friends, colleagues, and people that need a reason to find joy, purpose, and belonging in Toronto, especially as the city increasingly becomes more hostile, expensive, and hard to navigate. I've told more people than I can count, laughing but not joking, that the Learn for Life program is what keeps me in Toronto. This program gave me an instant community, helped me to learn the new neighborhoods as I traveled to my classes, and gave me a creative outlet that was accessible to balance the things in life that felt unmanageable with positive, enriching, and fun experiences to look forward to. Anyone at this meeting who has had the opportunity to be part of the Learn for Life community understands immediately how unique and critical this resource is. Toronto prides itself on diversity and inclusivity. Programs like Learn for Life embody these values by providing accessible avenues for personal development and enrichment for individuals from all walks of life, and especially the people in Toronto we should be serving the most. Whether it's a retired senior exploring a newfound passion, a young professional honing their skills, or a newcomer to Canada seeking avenues for integration, Learn for Life welcomes all with open arms. The significance of this program can't be overstated, as it plays a pivotal role in fostering social cohesion, nurturing individual growth, and enriching our communities in multifaceted ways. I speak from personal experience, and I've heard testimonies from countless others when I emphasize the transformative power of this program. Among the people I know from the program and outside of it, Learn for Life has been instrumental in sparking new careers, igniting dormant passions, giving people a new lease on their lives, and broadening horizons for so many in our city. It's not just about acquiring skills or knowledge, but about giving thousands of people the reason to call Toronto home and to carve out new ways to make this city feel like it's actually giving something back to them. By investing in Learn for Life, we are investing in the aspirations and ambitions of our fellow Torontonians. We are strengthening the fabric of our society, and we're giving some of the people who need it most a place to be and a reason for being. At the same time, I understand the fiscal challenges that the Toronto District School Board faces. I am a federal government employee, and I know all too well the need for financial sustainability in program delivery and services. I'm almost done. Yet as someone who works on making community programs, policies, and solutions work for everyday people across our country, I firmly believe that there...
Iboni, sorry to interrupt you. Your time is up. Can you wrap up?
Yep. So I just want to say that you can increase course fees. You can increase your marketing outreach efforts to maximize program participation. The registration process and online portal can be streamlined to reduce pain points. There are many, many things that this committee can do to dig deeper into the resources and solutions available to keep this program going. There is no need to cancel it. The choices you make today truly do impact lives, and I know you all take your roles with gravity, and I applaud you for that. So please vote no against canceling the Learn for Life program.
Thank you very much. Trustees, questions or clarification? All right, thank you. The delegate number 39, Suzanne Han.
Hello, I'm here because I'm very upsetting news about TDSB is considering the Learn for Life program, general interest and seniors program. I have benefited from this program for the last 30 years. It has been an instrumental part of my continued growth and education, as well as key part of my sense of community. I'm disappointed to hear that you plan to cut this program as a means to save on costs and reduce your deficit. This program offers so many people in our city the chance to not only learn new skills, but make new friends, grow their confidence, and even change their life. How can we put a price on this? The Learn for Life program has offered me and many others an avenue to find between work and life, while learning new skills that can help open doors to new employment opportunities. I suffered from depression in 2018, but my ability to continue take programs through Learn for Life helped me go through those difficult times and not feel alone. Then during the pandemic, as senior who live alone, the ability to take those courses virtually give me a sense of purpose and belonging. When the course returned to being back in person, despite the increased fees during difficult financial times, I was still grateful to be able to enroll again. I'm sure you are aware of the negative impact that pandemic has had on our seniors' physical and mental health. Programs like Learning for Life offer seniors the ability to get out of the house, meet new friends, exercise, and socialize. All this help our physical and mental well-being and boost on our sense of independence. We need this program now more than ever. I urge TDSB to commit to continue support lifelong program learning. In great cities like Toronto, it is instrumental that we offer affordable education program for the adults to continue their education and improve their well-being. Please do not cut Learn for Life program just to save on cost. These are lifeline for so many people, including me. Please do not let us down. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Trustee Williams.
Thank you so much, Ms. Han, for coming and delegating and sharing your experiences with us. I was especially struck by your personal sharing of, the depression in 2018 that was helped by being able to engage in these community activities. You mentioned during your delegation about the increase in fees, and that didn't deter you. I guess my question would be, would an additional increase in fees to offset some of the costs, would that likewise not deter you?
I sense there's a problem because we already have inflation and seniors most of them is on this, what did you call this? It's not a general income, you just pay social service and then you live on CPP. OH security, and probably some saving. I think we can stay, we already increased 20%, 2023, 2024. My suggestion, maybe we can find it like the lady suggests we should have we didn't send our program to anybody, and then people doesn't know. And then this is I think we need a PR person to boost the courses. Besides the program you call Learn for Life, right? Learn for Life. So maybe we should learn, we didn't delegate the program, the brochure to the public. That's Learn for Life.
Hey, wonderful. Through the chair, thanks again, Ms. Han, for your delegation. We truly appreciate you coming and voicing your concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Trustee Williams. Got delegate number 40, Cheryl Dimitro.
I know Susan. She's really good in the class. She's a good leader. I'm here for the same reason that a lot of people are. Don't really want these classes to disappear on us or be scaled down to a very skinny choice. And I also have been taking the same dance class for many, many years. Is so well attended. When people come into the space, they seem to just start to glow, and they chat away. Even people who are normally fairly quiet, they chat away. And I am teaching this year. I took over from the other teacher who retired. So that's why I am observing everybody. And sometimes they hear the music and there's chatting so much they don't really want to get on the dance floor. But anyway, I drag them on and they're quite happy to dance. And what happens is they catch on so well because we do international folk dancing. There are many, many different rhythms, and the beats and the steps are so different, but they're quite fascinating. And these ladies, so-called seniors, most of us catch on so well, and they're so pleased when everything falls in place and they're dancing, and usually there's circle dances, and nobody's pulling one way and the other. They're all going nicely around together, very cohesively. And the most important thing, what I think has just come out, is just the camaraderie of the group. It's so important. And I think it's a real pick-me-up. They help each other. They can get, little tidbits of information if they're interested in a certain a book to read or any other activity. They help each other out this way. And it's just so nice to have that in your class, where people are so cohesive and learning and actually enjoying it all. So I just hope that we can keep our class. It's been going for many years. We're in the Orchard View Arena in the Second Mile Club. That's where our class is held. And if you go outside that door, it's pretty cool out there because we're in the Orchard View Arena. And if anybody does not want, like the dance I put on, they can go and watch the ladies play hockey. So that's pretty nice too. Extra one. I don't think anybody's gone out to the hockey arena yet, so thanks goodness. So thank you for this opportunity to learn about the different programs. It's been very interesting, and I hope we all deserve your support. And thank you very much for allowing us all the opportunity to let you know how good all these good people are and the classes are. And thank you for providing the classes for us to attend. They're really good. They're really good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Dimitro, for coming and sharing today. Did I understand correctly that you went from taking the class to then leading the class? Is that,
I was attending the class for many years, and the person who started it, Olga Velov-Sandolovich, who's a wonderful teacher, had to retire. So she sort of handed the class over to me. I had done some teacher training as well. I'm not just throwing me in cold, but I had some teacher training, so the students are not in too bad hands.
no, I'm not trying to verify your credentials. I'm not trying to do that. I was just, it's a great program when it exists and then someone can, take it and then be in a position when there's a vacancy to be able to lead it and continue the opportunity for others. So it's great to learn that. Can you share with me traditionally how many people would attend your class each time you're running?
Well, it used to be, the classes used to be bigger many years ago, but we usually have at least 20, 22, something like that. And sometimes if people are away, especially the winter courses, because they go to Florida or they travel, it might go down to 18 or something like that. But
That's great. Thank you very much for your time.
thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. We have one more trustee who has a question for you. Cheryl.
Ma'am?
Trustee Williams.
Thank you. And through the chair, again, I want to express my thanks and appreciation, Ms. Demetrio, for coming and delegating and sharing your experiences with us. The sense of joy and community that you receive from these programs
Absolutely.
is apparent in the way you express yourself. Like, it sounds like very important to, a sense of community, belonging, and that lifelong learning that we've heard from so many others. I'm just wondering, I know you've taken and your group of friends have taken the courses over a long period of time and built those relationships. I'm just wondering if you've ever looked at the City of Toronto, like, do they offer similar programming? Have you ever looked at that? I'm just curious if there can be any comparison drawn.
I haven't personally myself, but I know there are other classes in the city that are offered for folk dancing and different teachers. But no, I haven't done that myself, but there are other classes. Sometimes they're in the evening, though. I think one good thing about our classes is during the day, and that's very good for people who don't like to get out, go out at night.
Okay, thank you through the chair. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Trustee Williams. Thank you, Cheryl. Next delegate is Leslie McKay. We just made an exception for her because she's 91 on the list and she has a wheel trans coming at 9 o'clock. So sorry for that.
You go. You help me. Yeah.
Just hold the mic for her.
Chair, is it okay if I read this? Okay, thank you. Can you hear me in this?
Yes. No.
Is that okay if I read this for you?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Leslie. I take courses with the school board. I lately took Italian as well as embroidery. I like to take art courses and lifestyle courses. I live by myself. These courses give me something to do every day. No? Okay, thank you. I live by myself. These courses give me something to do every day. I get to meet new people and classmates, and they give me a lot of fun things to do. These courses also help me to learn how to read, and they make sure I stay out of trouble because they're a fun thing to do. I can't imagine you getting into trouble, but anyways. Housing wants to keep tenants out of trouble, and these courses really help me with that. It is important to me that there is enough funding so that I can continue to take courses like this. Thank you. So there may be questions from trustees, so we'll just wait to see just in case.
Thank you, Leslie, for your delegation. Trustees, do you have any questions for Leslie?
Okay, I will just, I think there was
Trustee Hastings, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would like to thank you for coming down and sharing with you and sharing with us your enjoyment of living for life.
Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I want to say, because it's hard for me, I don't have that much to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, Leslie, for coming out tonight. We appreciate your delegation.
Great job.
Yeah.
Where did this one?
So delegates, this is our second batch of 20 delegations, so we are done with 40. We'll take a 2-minute of a brief break. And delegates who have finished the delegation can leave the room for the next batch. Thank you so much.
just a soft warning for trustees to start coming back to chambers. We're going to get started on number 41. Before we do, just a notice for those that are waiting to speak later in the list. We're going to stop tonight. We moved the schedule to allow folks to make deputations tomorrow because we are not going to be able to finish deputations tonight. We're going to stop tonight around 10 o'clock. Okay? I can't tell you whether or not you will speak today because we'll need to figure that out a bit closer to the time as we progress. But just for folks to keep that in mind as the night progresses. Okay, so we'll go until around 10 o'clock tonight. Number 41 on the list is Jared Westreach, and I think you're here, so please come on. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Hi. We couldn't wait till more of the trustees are back. It seems like there's a lot less people than there were before the break.
If you want to take your 3 minutes now, you can do that. Otherwise, we can put you at the end of the list.
Trustee Nunziata is present.
Okay. Everyone
Trustee Earhart's present.
Or the
Trustee Pei present.
Trustees.
Trustee Margaret present online.
Trustee Rajwani present.
Trustee Roger Kulasingam.
Thank you.
Anybody else online?
Trustee Wong is here.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Hearing no one else, and now, yes, we can start, and sorry about the false start. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you to the TDSB staff and trustees for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jared Westreich, and as an active participant, I've benefited firsthand from the Learn for Life program and witnessed its many benefits to other community members. Today, I urge you to consider solutions that will allow TDSB to continue to provide affordable and accessible continuing education in Toronto. The Learn for Life program demonstrates TDSB's commitment to high-quality continuing education. Flip through the brochure of classes and you'll find offerings in business, personal finance, sewing, technology, and so much more. Equivalent courses either do not exist or are prohibitively expensive. These courses teach new skills, improve employment opportunities, and build social connections, bringing immeasurable benefits to the community. The Learn for Life deficit represents just 0.02% of the overall TDSB budget. The deficit can be eliminated completely if we leverage our passionate community of learners and educators who have been kept completely in the dark regarding the proposed eliminations of our beloved classes. First, community volunteers who have a connection to Learn for Life would be eager to support initiatives so that the program can be driven towards financial viability. For instance, I work as a data scientist, so naturally I've got many questions about Learn for Life's finances, marketing, and enrollment that could help shed light on steps that could be taken to reduce the deficit. Which classes fully recover their costs? How much money is spent on overhead? What grants exist that can help subsidize costs? We're being told that Learn for Life is completely doomed to fail because right after the pandemic, fees were raised by 20% and enrollment dropped by 15%. So if enrollment was just a few percent points higher, we would have broken even. In this case, wouldn't it be worthwhile to create outreach initiatives to promote Learn for Life? For example, volunteers can organize ambassadors for each class to help recruit students by spreading the word throughout various relevant communities. Word of mouth is always an effective means of gaining interest in the community, and in fact, that's the reason why I took the bike repair course last semester. A former student made a post in a cycling Facebook group. Volunteers could also help advocate for additional government funding to support Learn for Life. Of all the recommendations being presented to reduce the TDSB budget, Learn for Life is the only program proposed to be cut entirely. It's also the program with the smallest deficit and the clearest path to breaking even. This program is worth preserving. I urge trustees to vote against its cancellation and instead work with staff and the community to help achieve long-term sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Gonna ask Trustee Cheners-Lin to ask her questions.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to delegate, Jared. You spoke about harnessing the power of volunteers to advocate for more government funding, and you talked also about grants. I'm interested in that because we've certainly heard about the value of these programs from everybody who's taking it. We've heard very loud and clear about how amazing they are, what we offer. We have school space. We have great instructors. Clearly, we've heard even from some of them tonight. But I'm interested in what you might imagine, because I have some ideas about how I think the Ministry of Seniors or the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, those kind of avenues might be profitable for us. Are you able to expand on kind of any ideas you have in that regard? Because I would really welcome the kind of advocacy you're talking about to help us in this.
Sure. So I think one thing that's worth mentioning is people that take Learn for Life classes, they had no way of knowing that the program is proposed being cut. If they were made aware about this process, especially early on, then people could have taken steps to talk to their members of provincial parliament, to look into what grants exist. I've got an idea for starting a Friends of Learn for Life organization. I'm sure many people that are here today would be willing to volunteer and to look into questions like the ones that you've asked, so that we can look into what grants exist and just leverage the power of this powerful community. Because I don't think this is a program that absolutely can't become financially sustainable. I think that there's many steps that can be taken to reach the point, and it's not doomed to fail.
And thank you. That was the 2 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want to go back on the
I was just going to pull a trustee Hastings and hand him my card.
Any other questions? Thank you then. And we'll move on to the next speaker on the list. Lindsay Crimble. Now, I envy some of the folks in the room because you have a lot of energy still, even though it's a little later. I'm just going to ask, as we celebrate and we agree or disagree with folks, that you just respect the time and try and keep your celebrations sort of calmer so that we can continue to go through it, because there's still a lot of people and we want to listen to them, as many of the folks as we can. Okay? And thank you, and please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, trustees. I am also speaking to you today about the recommendation to eliminate the general interest in seniors' daytime continuing education courses. When I heard that there was a possibility that all the Learn for Life programming could be canceled, I was devastated. In 2018, I was in my mid-20s. I was living by myself for the first time without a support system, at a job that wasn't giving me much fulfillment. I don't remember how I heard for Learn for Life, but I had a lot of free time, so I signed up for a few of the courses, and it was amazing. Our instructor was so knowledgeable, engaging, and eager for us to learn. I got to be creative in new ways and see other people create and share their own ideas. I met lots of new people who have remained friends since that time. When the course was over, I immediately signed up to do more courses the next semester. And I have continued signing up for courses since then. I have taken at least one course every semester that they were offered. I've learned printmaking, drawing, sewing, all sorts of arts programs. And I've used these skills often in my day-to-day life, helping to repair and make clothing for friends and family. A place I volunteer had a clothing repair workshop that I was able to help with for the Moss Park community. And I have also made art for places that I volunteer and for work. In each class, I've gotten to know new people who I never would have met otherwise, people who are of different generations, backgrounds, and experiences to me. I now know newcomers who took Learn for Life courses to practice English, learn about the city, and gain new skills. I've met young people who are just out of college but want to keep learning and make new friends. There are seniors who take these courses to keep their minds and bodies active and to socialize with others who have taught me so much. Across the board, all of the teachers have put in so much effort to make their course useful and relevant to their learners. I am astounded every semester by the value they manage to pack into 10 weeks or even 2 evenings. There are very few places in Toronto offering similar courses. Those that do are much more expensive and accessible, are only downtown, and or do not offer the same facilities, variety, and depth as the Learn for Life courses. And some of these places are also shutting down due to financial concerns. If Learn for Life courses are canceled, I don't know if I would ever be able to make another screen print to make art to share with my community. I don't know if I would find someone like my sewing instructor, Helen, who has helped me learn to make my own clothing with more charm and skill than any YouTube video could have. Continuing education courses are so important. We know that people in Toronto from all backgrounds are increasingly isolated, lonely, and looking for ways to find meaningful activity. Learn for Life is a concrete, accessible way for people to fight back against this trend. There is such a huge demand for the program that on enrollment days, many of the courses fill up within an hour and there are wait lists. Eliminating the Learn for Life program would be cutting off so many people from a vital resource within their own community, and Toronto would be worse off without them. I am asking the trustees for no cuts to continuing education and no cuts for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Checking online and in the room if there are any questions. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. I'm now going to call Helene Kingsley to come up in person. Perfect. You're here. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Yes, my name is Helene Kingsley. I am a community program administrator for continuing education. Bring it closer. Okay, I'll start again. Thank you. My name is Helene Kingsley. I'm a community program administrator at night school at Richview Collegiate. I work for the continuing education department, Learn for Life. And I am going to be speaking on behalf of all night school community program administrators. We are really requesting a no cuts budget. This is a vital program for the entire TDSB community. It offers lifelong learning for all adults of all ages. TDSB constantly speaks to the importance of mental health and how it strives to do all it can for all students and learners and staff. We are a learning institution and should be inclusive of everyone. Mental health is one of the most important issues right now in our city. So general interest seniors daytime programs have been offered since 2004, and actually long before that, before we were amalgamated. And we have been an outlet for positive mental health for many of our clients. Keeping this program does not have to be done at the expense of elementary or secondary students, but rather we should be looking at ways to keep this program in addition to offering the best possible education for our youth. Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce said the TDSB has been running at a deficit for decades, while carrying a deficit for 20 years was okay until now, without making any effort to find ways to reduce it. Rather than addressing poor management, incompetency, inability to change with the times, and reviewing how our program has been administered for decades, the board has chosen to eliminate a program with the least deficit, yet this could be the easiest to recover. The 3-year plan to reduce the deficit was intentionally prepared by short-sighted management, as no business anywhere can recover a 20-year deficit in 3 years, especially coming out of a pandemic. And it's just listening to Terry Preston tonight, I didn't realize that some of our surplus funding is actually under the business community services. So yes, there would not be a surplus ever, because whatever we have surplus would then be going to other areas that need the funding. According to the report, the general interest in seniors daytime programs had a deficit of $680,000 deficit in 2022-23. And course fees were raised by 20% the following year to cover more of the costs, but enrollment declined by 15%. Therefore, the deficit increased to almost $695,000. Well, of course, enrollment declined by 15% because the board simultaneously increased course fees by 20%, and to run a course, they increased the minimum enrollment numbers by 50%.
Helene, if you want to wrap up, please.
Pardon?
If you can wrap up your thoughts, you're out of time. Conclusion.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you conclude your thoughts?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to say, just finish up. We're going to please ask you to vote for a no cuts budget. Also, I have one of my colleagues here. We were going to present we were told we had a longer time to speak, so she applied separately. She's also here, and she will speak to the rest of our presentation.
Thank you so much for coming. Any questions? Trustee Shan?
Couple of questions through you, Mr. Chair. There was a line where you said instead of looking at efficiencies, management, and can you go back to that line and say what you are implying with that, and if you have any examples of what that means?
Yes, and speaking with other community administrators, this has been very difficult. So to decrease the minimum amount of registrations to run a course in the last year, they didn't do the brochures, as Wendy spoke, which was a big hit. This is number one. Seniors, people in the community, they look forward to these books. Some seniors aren't as computer savvy as others. So having a book in hand, I like that book in hand. I can look through. That should have been kept. And other ways to look at how to minimize the cost of the brochure is another way. But also raising the minimum number of students in a class, allowing the course, they've been cutting the courses 1 week before the course starts. This has been recent, since COVID. And so we're losing potential people, and they will come in off the street, want to register, and the course is not there. So there's a number of things, and even at the office, Wendy spoke to the fact that people want a phone, they want information. Some don't feel comfortable, so they've cut that out. You cannot reach anybody in the continuing education department for seniors.
Thank you.
And thank you. Seeing no other, sorry, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. You gave some good percentages and things. I just wanted to make sure that I had it right, and that the minimum enrollment was increased by 50%. Is that what you said?
50%. So, yes.
Okay, 50.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We'll go to number 45 on the list, Laura Lindberg. Thank you so much. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. It's not afternoon anymore. First of all, thank you very much for all that you do to provide high-quality education to all Torontonians. Education really is the foundation for a thriving society. Thank you all for being here so late as well, and tomorrow, so giving you energy. My name is Laura Lindberg. I've traveled from Etobicoke Centre, Ward 2, to be with you today. It was important to me to share my concern regarding decisions which have a direct impact on the kind of city that we all want. We want a healthy, educated, connected, inclusive, accessible city that works for everyone. When I learned that the TDSB is proposing to eliminate seniors' daytime programs and the Learn for Life general interest programs, I felt sick to my stomach. I really did. I was surprised, but mostly I was disappointed that this is even being contemplated. Consider the times that we are living in. One of the best tools to deal with the challenge of our times is a sense of community. As a taxpayer, I favor additional investment in community building as it improves the well-being, the safety, and the resilience of all residents. In my view, these TDSB general interest programs offer these benefits. Residents can keep their brains active. I know I need to try to do that. Improving our mental health. Residents can meet others in their neighborhood, forming friendships and connections, which builds resilience and a sense of community. Residents have access to exercise classes at a reasonable cost, reducing the cost on our healthcare system, because we know prevention is far less expensive than treatment. Newcomers can meet Torontonians in their new neighborhoods and form new connections. Seniors, some of whom have fewer opportunities for social interaction, can pursue interests and socialize at a reasonable cost. And less affluent residents are able to access learning at lower cost than at privately run institutions, improving equity. So most school boards offer these programs, and why not? We've got a bunch of empty buildings that aren't being used in the evenings and weekends. These are taxpayer-funded facilities that can add value. So of course we could make them more productive. We could try to survey to make sure that programs are offered in the areas where there's the most interest. And people have advertised already tonight about advertising. Yes, we need to bring back some kind of flyer so people know about this. But I want to see these programs expanded, not cut. There are skill development courses and hobby courses. And I think one of my main points is if we only include costs, so if we include a theoretical facility cost, but we don't include the benefits, like the benefit from lower healthcare and safety and mental health and cohesion and community, if we included all those benefits, can you imagine how profitable these programs really are to Toronto? I'm wrapping up. I have really fond memories of so many Learn for Life programs that I have taken, and it would be such a shame to lose these programs and the loss of the relevant training, new friendships, and community connection. So committee members, I urge you, please, do not vote to support a proposal to cut or reduce in any way these valuable programs. Instead, I challenge you to find a way to expand the programming in line with the city that we all want and need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate your time. Number 46 on the list is Janet Cayley. If you're here, please come up to the mic. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this evening and for taking your time to hear about this important matter. And I'm also here to speak on behalf of the General Interest Seniors Day programs because, as you know by now, it's proposed that these programs be completely eliminated in this budget proposal. And that's of great concern to those of us who access the programs. For me, the proposal came as a shock, perhaps naively. I thought that the programs were offered on a cost recovery basis because we pay fees and classes are canceled due to insufficient enrollment. I think most of the people that I'm in classes with were unaware of the deficit, and they don't know what's being done to assess the situation, what steps have been taken to save the programs, and as participants, we have not been surveyed or included in any process to find solutions. The deficit is not insignificant in the program, but it's small compared to the deficit facing the board. And it's hard to see how eliminating these programs will have a significant impact on the board's overall financial situation, but it would significantly impact a certain sector of our community. And if the programs are eliminated, there's no option, or there's no ability then to look at ways to creatively maintain the programs and make them work. Seniors are a vulnerable group in our society, as they may experience the inactivity and social isolation, and fixed income may affect seniors' ability to access programs and activities. But certainly, as you've heard tonight, it's not only seniors who might find themselves in these situations. There's significant evidence that's been presented, by many of the speakers, that being part of an engaging social community has immense benefits for physical, social, emotional, and cognitive health and community development. The school board is in an ideal position to offer these programs. They've got the space, they've got the physical resources, they have the staff, and they have the experience to offer the programs. And I want to comment because Ms. Williams asked a question about this and others have alluded to it. Perhaps some of these programs may be available in the community for a similar cost, but for many of the programs, there are no comparable programs in either the public or private sector. And just to briefly experience the one I have most experience with, the weaving program at Mimico, there is a lot of equipment, it's very expensive, it's large, and there's space to house that equipment and to offer the course. And I did research other opportunities for these classes, weaving classes in Toronto, because of the jeopardy that it looks like these programs may be in. And there are few opportunities for weaving classes, period. And those that exist offer short-term workshops for limited numbers at a much greater cost. And I'm sure that this is true for many of the other programs that we've all enjoyed through the board. We so appreciate and value these courses. Continuing education supports health and well-being and promotes strong communities. So much would be lost if the programs were canceled. And I know as participants, we would be happy to collaborate with the board to help find solutions that would allow the programs to continue sustainably. So, as others are here tonight, I am asking you to support the continuation of these programs. And I thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Any questions from trustees? So thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your time. I'll pass the chair over to Trustee Sakir.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Didavides. Vice Chair Didavides. Delegate number 47, Marilyn Wilcoxon.
Ready? Okay. I had written something and prepared something, but so many of the previous speakers have covered a lot of the issues already. We know that, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Adult Day and Senior programs. We know that's necessary for health. We know of seniors, for social engagement. We know that it works for people who are have free time during the day, who are new immigrants. And they are programs that really are not covered by other agencies. Now, you might think when we're talking about health and social engagement, maybe the Ministry of Seniors should take it over, but there's no such ministry and no such section here in Toronto. All the other possible agencies that might take on something like that are just as strapped, if not more so, than the Toronto Board of Education. Parks and Recs aren't going to take it over. It's not really a commercially viable program, but I do agree that it can operate in a much more, in the area of the Black, that it can be cost neutral to the board. And we've heard issues about that. One is the need for promotion. Promotion is deplorable. The other is to make the registration more accessible. And a third item is the increase that we could accept an increase in rates of between 5 and 10%. Now one of the other things I think in the community and listening to the expertise of people who have come forward, I think the program needs to have a resource base of volunteers to help direct and help create some of the opportunities that are necessary. There is no other, the type of programs of adult education and senior day programs needs to be done by the umbrella of an organization like Toronto District School Board. And it's much easier to improve a system that's already in place than it is from some other organization to take on and create another bureaucracy. Now, I'm going to give you a little lesson in history. Toronto District School Board, the senior day programs were cut 50% back in the year 2002. And they were cut to those agencies that were nursing homes and older adult retirement homes. Well, the thought was, oh, well, those are more health-related issues. The Ministry of Health should take it over and fund those types of programs. They never did. And those individual homes never had developed the expertise to hire the expertise of teachers that the Toronto Board was able to provide. That was the beginning of the downfall of what happened in senior homes that we witnessed during the pandemic. There wasn't the oversight of somebody from TDSB coming in and saying, hey, you need to pull up your boots about the cleanliness of this home and make a complaint to the Ministry of Health for it to happen. TDSB does not operate in a silo with the overall health of the community, and these programs need to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn, for your delegation. Trustees, questions or clarifications? Thank you, Marilyn.
Okay.
Delegate number 48, Brenda Kritzer.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to add my comments to everyone else's. You've heard probably all the points that I'm going to make this evening already. I humbly ask that you strongly recommend against any cuts to these programs, continuing education, general interest, and the Seniors Day programs. In so doing, you will demonstrate that the TDSB embraces its role in society as the key provider and promoter of lifelong learning for everyone. Just as daycare centers are now in schools to help ensure children are off to a really good, strong start, seniors as taxpayers deserve to continue their learning journey. Like many other boards, the TDSB is looking at a budget shortfall. In addition to our taxes, we pay a fee to attend TDSB courses, which help us to participate in the sustainable society that you are promoting. What action is necessary to ensure our continued access to quality instruction in an environment which researchers have demonstrated time and again will help us to maintain and even improve cognitive functioning? The decision regarding these programs goes well beyond finances. Indeed, it is far less a financial decision than a decision about whether the TDSB actually supports lifelong learning, accepts the recommendations of researchers, the World Health Organization, and health practitioners around the world. We urge you to consider broadly the impact on society of the decisions you make. Given the growing concerns about our aging population and healthcare costs in the future, augmenting later life learning programs is a viable long-term social and economic investment for this province and this city. Many here will recall Jack Henshaw and the award established in his honor to recognize someone who demonstrates tireless support for and is a champion of lifelong learning. Is the board still committed to lifelong learning? Whoops. I have provided you with an article by Dr. Narushima of Brock University. I hope you'll have some time to read it. Other research shows that the classroom is where adults, learners, meet people with mutual interests, and their involvement helps to expand the caring circle beyond the classroom, which is critical for seniors. Actually,
You can wrap up.
I have, pardon me?
You can wrap up.
Okay, I have one more little paragraph. Neurological experts have successfully proven that lifelong learning promotes cognitive health in older adults, delays the symptoms of diseases such as Alzheimer's and age-related dementia, and improves overall psychological well-being. I hope that the TD Toronto District School Board sets, I'm so hungry, sets a course to build a greater educational capacity through broadening opportunities for communities within its geographic borders to view their schools as community hubs for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you very much.
Delegate number 49, Miriam Kaufman.
Hi. And beside me is number 90. She's not going to be able to come back tomorrow, so she's going to show you her picture. I'm going to skip a lot of the personal stuff and just tell you some of the things I've noticed about Learn for Life. But first, I would like to say I'm definitely in favor of a no-cut budget. We cannot be pitting senior citizens against kids with autism, against newcomer kids who need heritage language. We need you to stand up and tell this government how incredibly wrong they're being. So some of the things that I've seen incorporating newcomers, so I've been taking courses through the board since the mid-1980s, mainly jewelry courses, but more recently since my retirement, also weaving, and I'm wearing some of my stuff. I've seen newcomers like myself to the city and from all over the world really start to feel a sense of community as they participate in these programs. Many people come from places, including Canada, where their experiences in the education system were very intimidating. It's very difficult for them to be involved with their kids' education and to go into the schools, to volunteer, to just find out how their kids are going because of that. If they have an experience as adults with the TDSB that's welcoming, warm, makes them feel like they are a part of the board, they are much more likely to participate with their children. And I think this is really important as a retired pediatrician. My own kids, what I saw with them is they saw going to school and learning as something that people just do. It's something I did every week. They never felt like they were being made to go to school because learning is something you do. It gives people a sense of ownership of our schools, and that makes for safer communities. And it makes people much less likely to look at kids at a school and think of them as young punks. We're all students, we're all in this together. I also personally was able to learn a lot about teaching from my teachers, including Susan, who's here tonight, which as a professor at U of T was extremely helpful to me, the things I learned about teaching from these really gifted teachers. And obviously the social stuff, all these new worlds. I now have a new career path, pay income tax. Well, I don't make that much. Pay income tax, which then Stephen Leche begrudgingly gives you a tiny bit of and pretends they're being wonderful. There are so many things that come out of this and so many good things for the board. And I know I've only got 1 second, but I do have to say, really think about what Linda, who I think was from CUPE, said. We're not even talking about $674,000. You're talking about half of that, because half of that deficit is money that the program pays to the board to use space that nobody else is going to pay for. So you're not talking about eliminating $674,000, you're talking about eliminating $300,000. And we've heard lots of ways, I've got lots more, including open it up to 16-year-olds and up. There's tons of stuff, young people, and give people who are enrolled at the TDSB a break on the tuition. Make the people from the other school boards that aren't offering very much at all, let those kids pay more. Manage your wait list better. Courses get canceled when the same teacher is teaching something the next night that has a wait list. Nobody says to those people, oh, you're on a wait list. Do you want to take the course on Tuesday instead? Like, there are many ways. We've heard lots of them. I have lots more ideas. I will definitely join the Friends of Learn for Life. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Trustees, question of clarification. Go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm interested in learning a little bit more about what course you took at Learn for Life that you were then able to turn into employment.
So I now have a business that I sell. I'm a little bit of a Renaissance person, so I sell woven items that I actually spin the yarn for, which I didn't learn from the TDSB. but I learned how to weave at the TDSB and still take that course. And I make silver and gold jewelry, which is what I started with in the mid-1980s at Bickford Park and have continued at Central Tech.
Well, congratulations for that. That's great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Thank you, Miriam, for your delegation. Oh, sorry, Miriam, we got one more trustee. Trustee King, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Just one more for you. I'm curious about the comment that you made about introducing a new type of relationship for adults that didn't have a great relationship with schooling or education growing up. And I think that often when we've been thinking about learning for life or learn for life, I think people are often thinking about seniors. They might be thinking about adults without young children. I'm just curious, because you've been taking these classes for so long, do you often see adults that are active parents with young children at the time? Are they
Yes.
a big part of our community?
Yes, and they come in and out. There's some people who do it for a number of years. And some people who come specifically, they might have a little kid, but they're getting married next year and they want to make their wedding rings. And so they come and take the course and they do that. So I think actually quite a few young parents do this. It's obviously a lot harder if you're a single parent to do something in the evenings or, but you might be interested in one of the few daytime courses there still are. And you can do it maybe while your child is in school. If you're lucky, there's one in a school near where you live. So yeah, the diversity of age is incredible in these courses, which is really fun for old people like me to get to be around young people now that I don't get to be a pediatrician anymore.
Thank you for that. I think it's really helpful for us to understand the breadth of people participating, so thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Delegate number 50, Catherine McGrady.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for everyone's stamina. This is a long meeting, but it's so important. I'm also here as a community member speaking against the cutting of the entire Learn for Life program. I had a few reasons for that written out, but I think what I'm mostly hearing tonight is just, or what I want to bring most to bear tonight is the fact that it's so much easier to destroy than to build. What does anyone think the chances of this program ever being restarted again once it's completely gone are? I don't think they're very high. And what I'm hearing is there's people that have loved it so much that they've done it for 10 years, 20 years. That's the second delegate we've heard who's participated for 30 years. What is this small deficit compared to 30 years across the city, multiple ages? In the courses I've been in, there's been young people in their 20s all the way to people in their 70s, and of course many middle-aged people like myself. So and also I second what so many other people have said, that I do think it can be made self-supporting or even profitable. There's multiple times I tried to get into sewing classes, for example. Within this program, they sold out in minutes. I eventually had to take, and I looked for others in the city. There weren't any real options. I eventually took one through the TDSB that also sold out in minutes, but a few extra minutes, so I got in. And I took it out in Mimico, and the machines in the class were broken, so we all were asked to bring our own machines, and we all did. So that to me says that you could have many more sewing classes where people bring their machines in other buildings with other teachers, and that could be a profit generating. One class right there that has tons of room for more profit generating. We've heard lots of ideas tonight, and we also have heard that the reason that it went into deficit, or seemingly some of the reasons, are that the brochures were cut. This was also at a time when the chief advertising was in the Toronto Public Library system, and I just want to remind people that the Toronto Public Library system itself underwent a huge hack, and so a lot of people were not using the libraries as much. I myself didn't go really into the libraries a lot during the blackout of the hack period. And there's many more reasons, and I think that there's also just a lot of wisdom amongst the people who have taken the courses for years or who are more new to the courses and spreading the word because they love it, that we could give impact. We could have, citizens committee, volunteer boards that could be helping improve this program. But if it is completely cut, completely gone, it may never come back again. And it's been beloved by so many people for literally decades, all walks of life. And it would be a terrible legacy for you guys to have on your books. So please don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you, Catherine. Delegate number 52, Joanne Goodmore. Joanne? Is she online? No? Cancel. Okay. Delegate number 54, Adam Rogers. Adam?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry, this unmuting thing takes a little time. I'm ready to go. Okay, I'll keep this very short. I know there's other people who want to speak, and I'm sure they have even more details than I can give. I just want to emphasize just two very important things. One, as has happened throughout the history of the TDSB, I, for one, grew up during I went to school during the Harris years and experienced many of these cuts during my schooling. Once we cut these programs, they're not coming back. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of this. We have to think long and hard before we make cuts to our seniors and general interest courses, Learn for Life, because once we cut them, they won't come back. I, for one, live in Ward 3 at Etobicoke Lakeshore. That Ward 3 and Ward 2 have among the highest seniors populations in not just the city of Toronto, not just the province of Ontario, but the whole of Canada. These programs are essential for many of our most vulnerable members of our society. And if we make these cuts now, we are not going to come back. And I do want to say I appreciate the staff. I know how hard these processes are. And I know they always have to look like the bad guys when we make these cuts. I understand that. But ultimately, you as trustees, we have to fight for these programs. And we have to kick and scream. We need press conferences. We need to raise awareness. I, for one, I heard about this through social media, through someone in one of the programs that heard about this through one of their teachers. That shouldn't be the way we find out. This should be, screamed high into everywhere we can, so all the folks know. The other thing I do wanted to mention is I as a parent who has a child who will be entering into school age very shortly, these cuts are very important to bring a highlight to, especially our heritage language changes. The changes for young children, it's just not sustainable. I would like to enroll my daughter into heritage language Korean when she gets there, but when she's a young age, how can she go to these programs at 8 o'clock? It's just not. And I listened to the last meeting, and this was brought out by multiple trustees about this time change. I appreciate perhaps there's a way to cycle for older kids. Maybe an 8 o'clock makes more sense, but across the board, it's not sustainable for parents. It's not sustainable for kids. It'll end up just reducing the enrollment in these programs. In the end, we'll just be losing out even more enrollment. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for the time. I'll leave it to other people to say more, but ultimately we have to have a no-cut budget as much as possible, and I understand it's a difficult position, but we have to hold the line. We have to make everyone know how important these programs are. Thank you very much.
Trustees, questions of clarification? Delegate number 56, Stephanie Sava.
Hi so much. Hi, I'm very hungry and I know it's getting late. It's past my dinner time and it's now approaching my bedtime. So I will be quick because I know there's many wonderful people here that are looking to speak. Good evening, trustees. I just want to say thank you to all the wonderful delegates for sharing their moving stories. It takes a lot of courage to come out here, to spend time in your evening, to be vulnerable with us. So thank you everyone for sharing your stories. I'm here to speak about the proposed elimination of the general interest and seniors daytime programs in the continuing education department. I'll get straight to the point. I'm an adult learner in the Davenport ward, currently overseen by Trustee Dawson. And I'm currently enrolled in a general interest continuing education program that's supposed to begin in less than 2 weeks. My own experience with the general interest program has been instrumental in helping me gain cost-saving skills, skills which have been vitally important in these inflationary times. I've taken the bicycle repair class with the amazing Nariana Reddy, who's been teaching it for decades, and he taught me how to save money by repairing my own bicycle, skills which I then shared with my own community of women cyclists who don't often have access to that knowledge. And through this class, I connected with people in my community who had the same zeal for learning that I did. It was a formative experience, and it broke the isolation and spiraling that I experienced during the pandemic. The impact these cuts will have is more profound than causing community isolation. I'm currently enrolled in a mixed martial arts self-defense class that is set to begin in less than 2 weeks. I don't need to tell some of the folks in this room how scary it is to walk home alone at night as a small woman. This self-defense class is literally a life-saving class. And if you choose to cut the budget for the general interest in seniors daytime programs, this class, where skills are taught to defend one's own life, will be eliminated. I'm going to quickly wrap up and say that the general interest in seniors daytime programs cost TDSB about $695,000. And the deficit, as I understand, is $20.8 million. Eliminating this program represents a mere 3.3% of cost savings. And so a service that represents that mere 3.3% of cost savings doesn't seem to be met with, like, that doesn't make sense to me based on what I'm hearing in the community. That's really incongruous. And so not only will cutting this program affect many of the adult learners in the room who face isolation, it will, people that lose access to the crucial skills that allow them to thrive in their community is what's at stake here. So please do not cut this essential program. Please fund this wonderful program that allows adult and seniors to connect to learning where they live. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Trustee Jocelyn.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your delegation. So you spoke about the fact that you are now enrolled in an upcoming class in mixed martial arts. And as a small woman, I totally get what you're talking about and appreciate that. But my question for you is, that type of program is probably fair, like that's the kind of program that you might find in other places. There are organizations that do that. I don't know if the city does it, to be honest, but it's not like particular equipment that we have, let's say, or something so unique to TDSB. And so my question for you is, what made you choose to enroll in it through our program as opposed to another? Did you look at other programs? Have you looked around? Is it your experience with TDSB and that's why? Or are you able to shed some light on that?
Absolutely, great question. The reason I chose the particular MMA self-defense class is indeed there are organizations in Toronto that offer classes, Krav Maga being one organization, but the cost is extremely prohibitive, especially in these inflationary times. And so when I was doing a cost analysis, it just made sense to go with TDSB. But also my experience in learning at TDSB as an adult learner, the environment was very low stakes and extremely welcoming in a way that I don't think a private Krav Maga class in a basement in a building would be. So my decision making into that was, yes, there are many programs like that in the city, but the warmth and community feeling of learning with peers in my neighborhood was what drew me to that particular class. I will also note the bicycle repair class has been put on for decades by a very esteemed community member and is taught in a very down-to-earth way. So my time is up, but I hope I've answered your question.
You have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. So we've got 45 minutes and we have 14 in-person delegates. So I might change a little bit format. We will listen to in-person delegates first, so you don't have to come back tomorrow. Is that okay? And virtual delegations will definitely hear you too. If you missed today, we are still having a delegation meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m. Thank you. Alison Fowles?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, trustees, members of the committee. My name is Alison Fowles. I am a 30-year resident of the City of Toronto. I live in Ward 10, and I'm also a 30-year participant in the Learn for Life programs. I'm also a recent retiree from a 30-year career at the City of Toronto and soon to be senior. I wish to speak to the Learn for Life program itself and, of course, oppose and plead with the committee not to support axing the program in its entirety. I have been taking general interest courses off and on for 30 years, and I am impressed by the breadth and originality of some of the course offerings. I've taken quilting, photography, most recently jewelry and weaving, but I also took a course in how to deal with insomnia from a Chinese medicine perspective. Who knew that that was a thing? And I learned skills from that I still call upon. Many of my points have already been made, so I'll just reiterate them. I think that it's also evident to the committee that this issue is so important. It's galvanized the community. We're here late. People are gathering names to help support continuing the continuing education program. Aside from skills, of course, there's always the gratification of creating. Like in my jewelry class, I've created this pendant, which I'm wearing tonight, which I just finished off last week. I'm taking weaving. There's also the mental health benefits that others have spoken to. The pandemic has shown us, and this became evident, that craft-based activities, working with the hands, is good for mental health. It reduces your stress level and provides a sense of satisfaction. There's also the health benefits, of course, the physical health benefits, and others have also spoken to the community interaction. Through Learn for Life, I have interacted with people whose paths I would never otherwise cross, and of all age groups, backgrounds, stories, and from all over parts of the city. I live in Cabbagetown, and yet I travel to Mimico for the weaving class, a part of the city I don't generally have occasion to go to. All of these things are very valuable. As others have said, although it's been suggested that other organizations can pick up these courses, I don't think that's realistic. The City of Toronto itself is under incredible pressure and still recovering from post-pandemic budget issues. There are logistical issues. In my weaving class, we have 20 floor looms and about 10 or 15 table looms. In my jewelry class, we have heavy machinery, polishers, propane tanks with soldering flames for working with metalwork. It's difficult to imagine that another organization could take on this cumbersome equipment and find space for it. So those are my points. I think my time is up, and thank you very much.
Clarification? Thank you, Alison. Delegate number 62, and Simon.
Good evening, members of the Budget, Finance, and Enrollment Committee. My name's Ann Simon, and I represent a group of students who've bonded and built a strong community while attending daytime French language courses through the Learn to Life program. We're an example of the type of community that Ms. Ebony Bertarelli spoke about earlier this evening, a group brought together by Learn for Life. It's come to our attention that the Toronto District School Board is planning to eliminate the continuing education, Learn for Life, general interest, and seniors daytime programs effective fall 2024. We wish to strongly register our opposition to this proposal. Many in our group have participated in your excellent French language courses for years and have benefited greatly from the superb instructors who have led the classes. Our experience has been intellectually stimulating. We've forged strong social connections, and we've had the opportunity to improve our proficiency in Canada's other official language. While our group varies in age, most of us are seniors. We feel that a decision to eliminate the Learn for Life general interest and seniors daytime programs in their entirety would be a severe hardship to many in the senior and lower income communities who would not be able to afford alternative courses offered by private institutions, which are typically much more expensive. Having worked and paid taxes for decades, they're just as deserving of quality, accessible educational programs suited to their needs as our younger members of the community. We suggest that such an action on the part of the TDSB would be a regressive step that would be discriminatory to the seniors and lower income residents of Toronto. It would also imply a devaluation of adult education and lifelong learning. The name of the program itself, Learn for Life, was chosen in recognition of the importance of such learning. Toronto residents of all ages require the opportunity to build new skills through affordable educational programs. The benefits are many and diverse. Some students, for example, those pursuing computer courses, will build new employment-related skills. Others will experience improvements to their physical and mental health and a greater connection to their communities. As we age, lifelong learning improves quality of life, increases socialization, and reduces dementia risk. It's in recognition of these benefits that TDSB Continuing Education Policy P019 affirms the board's commitment to providing continuing education, including community programs for adults 18 years and older. Specifically, this is addressed in Policy P109, items 4.3 and 4.4C2. An earlier delegate has read those, so I won't trouble you with reading that now. We will urge you, despite current budget challenges, not to abandon your commitment to adult community learners. We're wondering about the thought process that went into this sudden proposal to eliminate all general interest and seniors daytime programs. For example, has the TDSB fully considered other solutions in its funding formula other than cutting these valuable programs? And I think we've heard tonight many people's comments about how we might be able to keep these programs going and the importance. In today's rapidly changing and often stressful world, lifelong learning is not an option, it's a necessity. The opportunity to attend classes such as those you offer in the general interest and seniors daytime programs should continue to be available to all Toronto residents regardless of income. Equity of access requires affordable programs at geographically distributed locations. We urge you to continue to offer these courses consistent with the board's proud and long history of lifelong learning. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Anne. Trustees, question of clarification? Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Delegate number 65, Sue Yan. Sue Yan.
Joanne. Hello?
Yeah. Sue Yan.
I'm delegate number 63, Joanne Medor.
Can you hold for a while, Joanne, because we are listening to in-person delegates right now?
Okay, you just skipped.
Delegate number 65, Sue Yan. Number 66, Joanne Woodward. Go ahead, Joanne.
Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
you. I won't take up much time because I know many people have already spoken to what I would like to speak to, and that is to the importance of the TDSB Learning for Life courses, and to specifically to the value that the TDSB Adult Learning School series brings to creating and sustaining a community. I have been attending Learn for Life classes for pretty well the 22 years since I first moved to Toronto. They have been a lifeline. They have been an adventure. It has been an opportunity to take and explore different courses. I estimate that I have taken upwards of about 80 classes in that time. Each new season, I compile a list. I can't wait for the calendar to come out, and I compile a list of about 7 to 10 classes that I would like to take all of them, and unfortunately have to pare it down to about 1 or 2. I have learned how to dance salsa. I have practiced yoga, taken Pilates, Zumba, and too many other fitness classes to count. I have broadened my French language skills, gained an understanding about real estate in Toronto. I have learned watercolor and Photoshop and calligraphy. Since my separation from my husband 2 years ago, I found it was really, I found a photography class that is one that goes out and explores the city for 4 hours every Saturday. Last fall, I think 18 of us were returning class attendees. It's a community that is joined. These courses have not only allowed me to strengthen my photography skills, it's provided me with a community, it's provided me with an outlook, it's provided me with a time to get out. There were times where I just wanted to curl up in a ball in the last couple of years, but having these classes and making these friends got me out. So I would say that I have met people from across the city. I've met people from across my community, my neighborhood, across the city. I've met amazing teachers from all over that are incredibly dedicated, smart, wonderful people. And I would just really, truly encourage the committee to review and to do anything that they can to maintain these classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Go ahead, Trustee Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, when are we going to say, I give, you win? Because everybody here has given you ample reasons why not to continue along this line of sitting down and listening to why we shouldn't.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. The question has to be for the delegate for clarification only.
I'm asking you.
We will get the chance on 2nd of April, for sure.
When are we going to say, I give?
I would like to know that as well.
She's asked
Thank
the
you.
question.
Trustee Shan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you've said you've been with the program for over 20 years and have taken a lot of courses. During your time of interaction with the instructors, courses, and so on, have you seen any sign of a program that is financially in difficulties, or have you had any signs or physically or through human interaction that this was in any form of danger?
In fact, there have been times where I've tried to sign up for a class and it's been booked up.
Okay, so this is a bit of a completely different scenario that you're experiencing now with respect to the program. But in your interaction with the program, you've faced it as if a successful program that is vibrant, that needs to continue. I'm assuming the signs that the financial difficulties or the under performance financially have not been visibly seen in the programs.
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's it, Trustee Shan. Trustee Keane.
Through the chair, Joanne, you mentioned that you have taken several courses and that you have met people who have also taken several courses over the year. And I think it's so impressive that it seems like once people are in, they become lifelong TDSB Learn for Life learners. I'm just curious, in recent years, because we've heard a lot about promotion and about just some of the barriers maybe to people knowing about the courses being offered. In recent years, are you finding that you're meeting more people that already know and have taken repeated classes, or are you also meeting people who are taking it for the first time and just discovering it?
I would say on average, it's more people who have taken it. I also looked for the brochure in the mail and didn't see it. I think it is one of the. I'm always amazed at how many people don't know more about these courses, because they are so broad, so varied, such amazing teachers, and such incredible value. And I, like many others have spoken before, I'm constantly talking them up at work to coworkers, to friends, and saying, you really should look into this. You should look into taking a class. So I would say, yes, you can do more to promote. Absolutely.
Thank you for that, Joanne.
Thank you, Trustee King. Thank you, Joanne. Delegate number 68, Andrew Lipinski.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yep. Well, thank you to the committee and the chair for giving me the opportunity to speak, and to the countless individuals who I know put all these budget documents together, and also to everyone here who's come out this evening to support this. I have a very limited time today, and so while I attended last week's meeting and there are lots of questions I'd love to ask, I'm going to have to focus on the main issue that I'm here for today, which is the potential closure of the Learn for Life continuing education programs. To give you some background, these programs are incredibly important to me. Before the pandemic closed much of the city, I've taken numerous courses through Learn for Life. I learned to woodwork at Western Tech Secondary School, small engine repair at the Mimico Adult Center, construction basics at Central Tech, salsa dance at Richview Collegiate, bookkeeping, and I can probably name about 3 or 4 more. These programs help me learn life skills that you really can't learn anywhere else. I don't know of any community center that has like a working industrial kitchen or a wood shop or a machine shop or any of those, that kind of hardware. And they've even helped me to start my own sort of small side business. So I'm very thankful to them. I looked through the financial documents that were provided last week. Thank you, Learn for Life Bookkeeping, by the way. And I see many questions, but few answers. It was stated that Learn for Life is running approximately a $690,000 deficit, but to put that in context of the $20.8 million that the board is looking to save, these courses make up less than 3.5%. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the value that they provide. And I personally would have liked to see a much more detailed breakdown, as with the course fees, I'm sure not every class can be running at a loss. As one of the speakers earlier tonight mentioned, she worked out that it was approximately 10 students to break even on a class, and if that is true, and I don't know how I would do the math on that to figure it out, I don't know if I have access to that kind of detail, but if that's true, then I don't understand how so many of these classes can be running at a loss, because most of the classes I've been in have more than 10 students. I know for myself personally, I haven't been able to get into woodworking since it reopened after the pandemic. So most of us who take these programs have no issue paying the instructor fees, and even with the increases last year, I know that enrollment has fallen, but I think a big part of that is due to the fatigue after the pandemic, and also the fact, as many people have said, that the programs aren't advertised well. I'm shocked at how many people I mention them to, and they don't even know that the TDSB runs them. Last week it was pointed out that the fees were increased and enrollment fell, and that there was a correlation between those two. I think if you went back and looked at the numbers, and I haven't done this, so I can't say for sure, but if you looked at when you guys stopped producing the booklet that goes out to people's homes and that they have in a lot of other public places, I'm sure you'd see a correlation between enrollment falling and that booklet not being created either. And so maybe there is some stuff we can do advertising-wise. I'm running out of time, so I'm just gonna jump to the end. Learn for Life gives many people an outlet in the evenings during the week. It's a refuge for those new to the city, for seniors, and those just looking for a community of people with similar interests. It promotes education, community engagement, and building connections. We can't afford to lose that. So I urge you to reconsider the proposal to close Learn for Life. Instead of outright closure, I believe there may be alternative solutions or strategies to sustain it, such as seeking additional funding sources, exploring partnerships with local organizations, running programs with higher class numbers, or even just focusing on all of the ones that break even. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Trustees, questions of clarification? Go ahead. Trustee Davies.
If we had an opportunity to go out and do further consultations and things like that, do you think that you and other folks would be able to help us do some of the thinking that you mentioned around some of the numbers and some of the things to help improve the programming and make it more accessible and more sustainable?
Well, I can only speak for myself, but I would definitely volunteer my time if that's what was needed, if that was like going to be the difference between this being totally scrapped and not being scrapped, then yeah, I'd be willing to volunteer my time to do that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davies. Go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. You mentioned in your delegation the possibility of working with other organizations. Can you expand on who that might be and how that might work?
Okay, good question. I haven't looked into it a ton, but I know that there are some grants from the federal government for some seniors programs. I think that that might be one avenue to provide a little bit more funding. There's also some meetup groups that are already doing similar sort of stuff, but don't have the kind of resources. I think if we went out and met some people in those communities, they would be willing to take these classes just to get access to things like a machine shop or an industrial kitchen, and just the fact that some of the instructors are so amazing, as opposed to it being sort of just like a everybody teaches each other thing, to have an actual instructor who, you know, has an experience in that. I mean, it just shortens your whole learning curve, so.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Trustee Williams?
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you again for your delegation and for sharing your experiences. You also mentioned the skills that you've learned led to starting a small business. And I've heard others mention that as well. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? I'm curious. It seems to be a trend in what I'm hearing.
Well, for me personally, it's very small business. It's a little bit of side woodworking. I make like small, like cutting boards. I've done a few other larger projects for people, cabinets, things of that nature. But yeah, it's the fact that you have access to that kind of, if you were, okay, I'll give you an example. If you were to join a carpentry program at, let's say, Humber College, you would probably, I've looked into this actually, so I wouldn't say probably, you have to join the entire program. So that's however many hours of class a week that is. It's not something you can just try or dip your toe in. What Learn for Life is great for is that it gives you the opportunity to try something that you might not get to experience otherwise.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you so much for that response and sharing your delegation with us.
Thank you so much.
Hold on, Andrew. We got one more trustee. Andrew?
Sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Nunziata?
Hi, Andrew, and through the chair, thank you for delegating tonight. I was wondering if you could expand on how you said you were comfortable with the fees. You cited a number of courses that you took. Could you share what the fees wound up being for that and what changes in the fee structure you feel would be acceptable?
Could you clarify, do you mean like the total fees I've paid or for an individual class? Because they differ.
For each class.
Okay, well,
For
they
each
differ
different
depending
class.
on the materials and the course you're taking. Woodworking is usually like in the range of like, I believe $270 to $300. Something like a salsa is more like $180, I think, or maybe a little bit lower than that. You'd have to check the actual course brochure. I don't have that on me at the moment, or I'd give you an exact number. Sorry, am I? Oh, okay. There you go. Someone is an expert in the thing, so that's even better. Thank you.
And what changes in the fee structure do you feel would be acceptable?
Well, I think I would have to see more detail on what it costs to run a course, what costs you're allocating to that course, and what it takes to break even. Like, I understand that, you know, you guys have lots of priorities and you're trying to balance a budget with huge shortfalls in CPP and EI, but I mean, unless I know what it actually costs to run a class, what you pay the instructor, what it costs per hour to rent a classroom, I couldn't say how much of an increase I would be okay with. I'd have to see that breakdown, but I understand that it could run cost neutral and I would be okay with that. And if that was because of like a minor fee increase, like let's say 10 to 15%, yeah, I would probably do that still. But
Thank you. Thank you for delegating.
Can you repeat, Trustee Nunziata? Trustee Nunziata?
Thank you. Thank you for delegating. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you very much.
Delegate number 69, Leslie Goodyear.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Goodyear, and I'm speaking to you as a participant of the Learn for Life programs, which you've heard a lot about tonight. I've personally been enjoying these wonderful programs since 2012. I fully understand the budget deficit, as I was a TDSB elementary school teacher for 30 years. Back before participating in these Learn for Life programs, I probably would have easily said to eliminate them, as we need many more resources in the school and in the classroom. But I cannot support these cuts or any other cuts in education. I spent my own money each year to purchase resources to support the learning of the children that I taught and to provide programs that I was proud to deliver. I was fortunate enough to have taught kindergarten for most of my career, which was an absolute passion. The instructors that I have had for Learn for Life programs display that passion for teaching as well. I live far up in Markham, but drive to Overland as there are master teachers there in ballroom and line dance and Tai Chi. And I know there are many other exceptional teachers and programs in other locations as I hear about these programs from fellow classmates. The focus on skill-based, lifelong learning that TDSB offers in these programs is second to none. The Jack Henshaw Award speaks to this. He supported local, affordable, and accessible programs that support lifelong learning at all ages. It is being suggested by TDSB that these adult learners may go elsewhere, such as community colleges or private operators, to learn. These locations are not affordable. For example, group lessons at a private dance studio range from $20 to $25 for a 1-hour lesson. It is also being suggested that maybe the City of Toronto could augment their recreational offerings to include the wide variety of skill-based courses that TDSB offers. Firstly, trying to get into these programs with the Parks and Recreation is not easy, as they are often free or of a minimal cost. And secondly, they are very crowded. We all know that lower class sizes are optimal, and this not only applies to children. There are many TDSB Learn for Life participants like myself that have been going to some classes and learning centers for a number of years, and as both the program and the instructor are exceptional. We have also built a community and connections in these programs that support us in body, mind, and spirit. I know that attendance in Learn for Life has declined, and for many reasons that have been outlined to you tonight. But I also feel that these programs need to be promoted more. I worked for TDSB, and I was not aware of these programs until overhearing a conversation in a gym locker room, and upon talking to the lady who then brought me the Learn for Life catalog the next week. So one suggestion I have is to promote the programs could be the use of the banners on school fencing, like those used for kindergarten registration. And I'm asking that you please find ways to support these programs for learners of all ages and keep the quality programs that we gain from in so many ways. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you, Leslie. Delegate number 71, Suzanne Stops.
Hello. I first learned about the TDSB Con Ed general interest courses in the late 70s when you could go as a 16 or 17-year-old. So as a 17-year-old who was not inspired by my high school art teacher, I took Con Ed life drawing and weaving courses, and I was very impressed by the quality of instruction. I did that at Central Tech. It was a whole other fascinating world of creativity for me. The drawings and the large tapestry that I made greatly improved the quality of the portfolio I created to apply for the Ontario College of Art, and I was accepted. That led me to discover, among many other courses, the exciting world of jewelry making. After graduation, that led me to apply to the George Brown College 3-year jewelry diploma. And while I was an advanced student there, that led me to apply for a job as a jewelry instructor teaching general interest courses 1 night a week for the TDSB. That led me to expand to 2, 3, then 4 different courses a week because there was a lot of demand for it. And I've now been doing it for 36 years. There are currently 3 classes a week. I'm mostly going to be talking about, I'm basically going to be talking about what I see in my classes among my students and what I've experienced as a learner myself. I emphasize the words led me because that is what Learn for Life classes do. The central course catalog, like the ones that they have back again, with over 270 courses per term at the moment, they lead students into a vast smorgasbord of possibilities to learn new skills, be creative, make a canoe, a welded sculpture. You can tell which courses I've taken. Wonderful meals, learn new languages, become more physically and mentally fit, and be welcomed as a member of a vibrant learning community of adults of all ages. Some of my students come back year after year. Some of them have come back for 15 years. It's an important part of their lifestyle. Research consistently demonstrates the importance of staying mentally and physically active as we age, and these programs provide a valuable outlet for achieving just that. Some of my students have stressful day jobs and really need, and I emphasize in capital letters, need to do creative de-stressing in their evening classes by making something they're proud of. Other students make beautiful jewelry as gifts, and some become skilled enough to sell their work. The cost of the Learn for Life classes is accessible and is much lower in cost than comparable courses elsewhere in the community that I've investigated, if those courses exist at all as community courses. Some supposedly comparable courses are more restricted in design scope or the techniques offered. They are more expensive and they do not have the capacity to handle a comparable volume of students to the Learn for Life courses that I teach, which have 18 students in them usually. They also don't have seniors discounts. I know that I teach some techniques that aren't available in other Toronto non-credit courses, and I'm sure that many other Learn for Life instructors would say the same thing. Many hands-on practical courses need the use of specialized tools and equipment, a full classroom of space, and the instructor's individual attention at times. These would not work online. The tools and equipment we use in the jewelry class at Central Tech were bought entirely with the student material fees over many years without any money coming from the board. I do all the upkeep, so we are self-supported there. Schools are heated in the evening to keep the pipes from freezing, and caretakers are there cleaning. They would be there anyway. So it represents a smart and efficient use of existing resources to have Learn for Life classes using the space to its potential. Learn for Life courses are a rare and valuable gem, to use a jewelry analogy, of 160 years history in our community. If the courses were canceled now, during a time of temporary financial hardship, it would be much harder to start them up again when board finances are stabilized. Instructors would have had to move on, the resources shifted, etc. Please don't cut Learn for Life courses. It would be akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you, Suzanne. Trustees, questions of clarification?
Anybody? No?
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Delegate number 74, Gary Sorcer.
Good evening. As there's a short time, I will skip my introduction. The delegates that have preceded me have spoken very eloquently about the fact that you don't just have, according to your own figures, 30,000 adult learners enrolled in your classes, you have a community. I'm here on behalf of my class. We're an art class at the Earl Bales Community Center. There's a core of, I would say, 7 or 8 students, adult students of varying ages who have enrolled on a continuing basis for about a year and a half now. This course, and I think all your courses, build community across the city. This is important, especially in these polarizing times, that people have the opportunity to meet, to get together, and to learn about each other and to see there's normal people around. We're all basically people. The budget deficit, which is projected in your staff report, is $694,000. And as has been alluded to earlier, this may in fact be about half of that because of the accounting procedures used to denote payment from one department to another for various use of space. Considering cutting the Learn for Life courses for the sake of what may be a $300,000 deficit would be a very serious error. As has also been pointed out, once the courses are gone, it'll be almost impossible to reinstate them. The resources will be gone, the instructors will be gone, and the students may be gone. I would also point out, anecdotally speaking, the alternative courses that your staff report says are available are not equivalent. Either they're very expensive if they're of similar quality, or they're not of a good quality compared to what you offer. The materials are not there, the instructors are not there, the breadth and scope of your offerings is not there. Moreover, you would be dumping 30,000 lifelong learners into an infrastructure that won't absorb that many. A lot of people just won't have a place to go. Our fear is that after the delegations have finished in a few days, you'll sit down and consider it and say, well, there's nothing to do, we don't have the money. We would urge you to do what you can to be creative to find the money. You may have to partner with other similar organizations. You may have to go to other ministries, as has been suggested to you. You may have to take a look at how the money's been accounted for to see if there truly is as large a deficit as it appears. But for an amount that is less than half of 1/10 of 1% of your total overall budget for the year, these courses are too important to the city and to the people who take them and to the community that has been built around them to be eliminated. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Gary. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you. Number 75, Manisha Dhar.
Hello. My name is Manisha, and I'm a parent in East End, Toronto. I have 2 children who graduated from Danforth Collegiate and Rosedale School of the Arts during the pandemic, and now they're
Manisha,
oh, can you hear me okay? Okay.
you can pull the mic towards you.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So I have 2 kids, Danforth Collegiate and Rosedale School of the Arts, who they both graduated from those schools during the pandemic, and they're now both at the University of Toronto studying engineering and music respectively. I'm here to request that the board take the bold step to pass the school budget with no cuts. I and many other parents want our city school boards to be fully funded and for the programs we have to be enhanced. The Minister of Education said that he expects the TDSB to balance the budget as nearly every other school board has managed to do in this province. This means he expects you to cut programs. However, I urge you not to fall to the lowest common denominator and agree to accept less because others have. As a parent who had children in 2 different school boards, I may be one of the few who can make a comparison. At the English board at the TDSB, my child had field trips, including overnights, and which allowed for enriched hands-on learning and cross-curricular programming. One particularly memorable field trip combined lessons in biology and physics at a TDSB greenhouse on the structures of plants. It was perfect for him as a budding civil engineer. This child was also able to get help for handwriting issues from an occupational therapist, and I know other parents and other children received treatment from speech-language pathologists. The French board, on the other hand, does, of course, have many gifted and compassionate teachers, but as a smaller school board, they had fewer resources. They struggled to supply help for children with special needs. Children with disabilities had to wait many years for assessments, and even then, they lacked individual attention. In my child's class, a student with a hearing impairment and a student with serious learning and behavioral issues had to share time with the same learning specialist. In the meantime, stronger students were tasked with helping them. These children needed a qualified adult to help them, not another child. My kids sometimes came home exhausted and stressed at the end of the day with a mountain of homework because they had spent the school day helping other students. As the largest school board, you have the opportunity to raise the bar for education across the province, not lower it. As a Financial Accountability Office of Ontario noted, the TDSB receives less than half the funding of rural schools per student, but still performs much better on standardized tests because the rural schools, as they say, typically have fewer educational supports. For instance, rural schools are less likely to have a full-time vice principal, special education teacher, librarian, psychologist, or social worker. On top of that, Bill 98 gives the government the right to take over school boards if they don't meet provincial standards. Stephen Lecce said, if they don't, we will act. But by cutting services and programs, we will lower our standards. School boards and our whole community really has nothing to lose by pushing back now. That's why I'm requesting that the school board pass this budget with no cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Manisha. Trustees, questions or clarifications? Thank you, Manisha. Number 76, Geraldine Lindley.
Good evening. My name is Geraldine Lindley. Thank you to the chair, Mr. Patel, committee members, and trustees for your time, and the opportunity to speak to you today. For decades, I have enjoyed Learn for Life classes or general interest classes throughout many wards. Shortly, I will be starting my 5th term of Tai Chi at Northern Secondary School. So carrying out the mandate of the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee is undoubtedly a challenging responsibility. I am very concerned about the proposed option to cancel Learn for Life programs. In outlining my perspective, I want to refer to the values inherent in that decision-making process. Now, if you can picture what I'm picturing, I promise this is not a Tai Chi move, but I have my hands out, so you imagine a weighing scale. And if the committee were to recommend complete cancellation, and that happened, I submit that the weight of the tangible and intangible losses would far outweigh the associated budgetary gain that's projected. To elaborate, first the figures, like many others, I wondered what the actual percent of the total. I selected the figure of 27.6 million projected deficit. What percent of that is the projected deficit of the Learn for Life programs, the $694,454. And my calculations came to approximately 2.5%. So, and now to weigh the potential and realistic losses against the potential 2.5% deficit reduction, I want to consider the board's stated value of partnering with the community Helping to strengthen and support a community is part of being a valued partner. And a key foundation of lifelong learning is learning to live together in the sense of helping to foster community cohesion and social inclusion, both of which would be weakened, in my opinion, by the cancellation of Learn for Life programs. Second, regarding the board's stated values of accommodating different needs of students in the community, and of equitable access for learning opportunities. In honoring these values, I would say that Toronto's community of learners needs different options for lifelong learning. The Toronto District School Board's Learn for Life programs are important and respected options with a long history of serving a special and vital part of providing for that need. Third, learning to be is another key foundation of lifelong learning. Education contributing to positive personal development and well-being, involving mind and body, aesthetic appreciation, and so on, which I can undoubtedly say I have benefited from through Learn for Life or general interest programs. So to sum up, where are we with our weighing scale? My answer is that the overall potential losses far outweigh the mere 2.5% savings of budget deficit. We're in a very unbalanced result. Lifelong learning is more than a phrase, more than a concept, more than economics. It reflects values that are very important to individual learners and the whole community. In conclusion, I urge the committee to find a way to recommend something other than cancellation of Learn for Life and to commit fully to lifelong learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. Trustees, questions of clarification? Thank you. Number 80, Jane Curran.
Gosh, we're a passionate group. And a strange day to be having this meeting when the Ontario budget just came down. Okay, never has community connection been more important than today, just emerging from the global pandemic. TDSB is in the enviable position to facilitate those connections by continuing to deliver important programs to the Toronto community. You have the bricks and mortar in place. You have the infrastructure to manage the programs in place. Don't toss them out. Don't waste them. The brilliant aspect of continuing education Learn for Life has been its accessibility and affordability. Adults of all ages and all backgrounds can find a safe space to play together, whether pursuing the esoteric, like my own belly dancing classes, or the more practical, like auto mechanics or language skills. We need to do a better job telling people what programs are available and how to register for them. We need to promote Learn for Life, not cancel it. Please keep these wonderful programs in place for the sake of the entire Toronto community. Please help us rebuild personal connections critical to physical and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Trustees, questions of clarification?
No, right?
Trustees? You still have time if you have something to share.
It's just that CBC had a show on the nature of things about the importance of adult play. And so I went to the internet and looked up adult play, and you wouldn't believe the number of studies that talk about the things that came up in the pandemic. My daughter is a behavioral psychologist, clinical psychologist as well. And the anxiety and depression levels, we all know, they've just gone through the roof because it's isolation that's done it. You have the opportunity to help cure people, basically, get us back together. But people need to know about it. I had forgotten about Learn for Life, and a friend told me about it. And now I'm taking belly dancing.
Thank you, Jane. Number 81, Ehsan Farougi.
Hello, good evening. I know it's a bit late, so I'll keep it very short. Just to introduce myself, I am a father of two, 5 and 10 years old, very active kids. I'm a software engineer with very busy life. 50, 60 hours is a normal work life. And 10 years ago, when we started with our first kid and life got very, very busy, my wife suggested that we start a ballroom dancing class from Learn for Life. A lot of people ask me, when they see me ballroom dancing as a software engineer, they ask me whether my wife forced me. To tell the truth, the first 6 months was like that, but then I picked it up myself, and now it feels a part of my life. We have diligently attended the classes for 10 years, and it's the time that we have together. I think it has helped me physically and mentally to be well and be a better parent. It's basically the only form of exercise I get to do with my schedule. When we heard that the program is being cut, I was very curious about the budget. I know budgets are budgets, really hard to deal with them. But when I noticed that the budget deficit is around $600,000 to $700,000, what ran to my mind was that the mental well-being and the health that it adds to our adults probably pays off in healthcare system and spending by millions in return. This program is affecting hundreds of teachers, thousands of students, and I also can share that these programs are very high quality programs, high quality teachers, very hard to replace elsewhere. I hope that you can basically prevent that from happening. I started a couple of days ago, I started a petition online, and it magically actually got a lot of signatures. We are around 900 to 1,000 signatures right now. I'm sharing the link with the trustees to see for themselves, and it's picking up momentum a lot. I think based on the number of mentions of the Learn for Life program, I hope that you make the right decision to prevent this program from being cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Ehsan. Trustees, questions of clarification? Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. We've heard a lot of people share the values and the importance, but you touched upon something I hadn't heard as often tonight that I'd like you to explore a little more for me, if you'd be so kind. You talked about how being involved in the course has actually made you a better parent to your children. And we're in the business of educating children, so I'm interested in having you expand upon that, if you'd be so kind.
Great question. To be perfectly honest, as adults, we need a lot of patience, right? At home, things get crazy. You need to hold ourselves back. And when my wife and I are connected, because we can attend a program, and we have a place that is our own, separate from the kids. Even if it's just 2 hours, this ballroom dancing is part of us that is separate from our crazy life, work in the house. And in there, we also met a lot of people, more seniors than us sometimes in the same classroom, that they treated us like their children. They helped us learn the first basics, One of them attended the class with their grandchild that was our age. And imagine somebody at that age being physically active, and she said the only thing that gets her up in the morning at 8:30 in the Saturday to come to that class is this particular class and this particular teacher. Another lady, a bit older than us, said that she used to dance with her late husband, and after his passing, this keeps her going because she can continue coming to the classes, find new partners, dance, and stay active and healthy.
Trustee Williams.
Hey, thank you so much for your delegation, Mr. Ferogi. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you. You mentioned the petition that you started online. You'll be sharing it with trustees, but just the number of signatures that you've accumulated, you said 900 to 1,000 signatures?
Yes.
That's impressive. I'll say that. I'm just wondering, the advocacy piece of the petition. Is there any advocacy towards the ministry for adequate funding? I'm just curious if you could elaborate on what the target of advocacy is in that petition.
To be perfectly honest, we are students. This is the first time we get exposed to all the inner workings of these programs. We had no idea that this program was running at loss. We observed that the fee for the program went up a bit, but still it was valued enough for us that we continued with this slightly higher fee. For the first time, I read that the attendance came down. That's why it couldn't be balanced by itself. These are all new to me, and we are not at the best position to recommend because it's very complicated with the students and the teachers and all of the aspects. So we left out that part, but we are happy as the students with the signatures we have basically collected to help. Like if we put together a petition for the ministry, we are happy to advocate for that as well.
Through the chair, thank you so much again for your delegation. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I have a question too.
Trustee Pate, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Chair. Yep. So, yeah, hi. Arsenis, I have a question because you mentioned about the quality of the courses, TDS being able to offer to the students and to the, adults learning community. I assume you probably take other courses too. So just rank on the quality of the courses from 1 to the worst and the 10 to the best. How would you rank the classes you're taking with TDSB?
I would maybe, from my narrow perspective, I would say that we have stayed with the same teacher for 10 years, and we have followed the same teacher across different places where the same classes was taught. We have very high dedication to the course, to the teacher, and we have noticed the classes were run very professionally and maybe even better quality than some of the classes you can find in private settings. So I have full confidence that the teachers you have gathered around TDSB, they have chosen to be working with TDSB because of the quality of the program they can deliver.
Okay, just for curiosity, how much do you pay for like a per hour program?
If I remember correctly, I think our class for a set maybe around 10 weeks, 10, 11. Yes, to 177.
So it's around like $18 per hour.
Roughly around that, yes.
Okay. Do you know how that compared to private lesson?
It's probably 1/3 of the private. It really opens up the affordability of the classes. partly because also the space is made available to these classes, whereas these spaces would not be used in normal settings. The schools are empty during the weekends, whereas private settings usually have very high cost of a space in addition to, but the quality of program compared to the price is absolutely amazing.
Thank you,
Okay,
Trustee
so
Pei.
who are your
Trustee Pei,
classmates, by the way?
Trustee Pei,
Yeah.
your time is up.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Trustee Pei.
Hassan,
Thank you,
for
Hassan.
wonderful deputation. Yeah, thank you.
We got delegate number 82, Azadeh Zareskian.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience and story about Learn for Life General Interest Program, its importance and its impact in my life. My name is Azadeh Zareskian. I'm a professional engineer, founder of Toronto Iranian Mom Facebook group with over 2,200 members and involved in several volunteering initiatives. I am married and blessed with 2 children. In 2013, after the birth of my daughter during mat leave, I felt the need for an outlet to be both physically active and maintain my connection with my husband. I wanted an alternate to dinner and movie dates, so I was looking for other options. I came across Learn for Life brochure, and while browsing the programs, I was intrigued by beginner ballroom dance classes. So we registered. It has been more than 10 years since the first ballroom dance class we attended in September 2013. Despite challenges in arranging babysitters, we attended these classes continuously. We were determined to spend a weekly 2-hour class to connect with each other and stimulate our brains in areas which had no chance to flex. These included improving balance and coordination under supervision of skilled teachers and support of experienced classmates. The impacts have been visible in our posture, confidence, and overall happiness. Throughout these 10 years, we had the opportunity to meet like-minded individuals from different walks of life, ages, and professions. These ranged from new immigrants, seniors, and others who were seeking to sharpen their skills. In our classes, singles had the opportunity to meet new people, couples had a chance to reconnect, grandparents could spend time and share memories with grandchildren, and finally parents were able to spend time to connect with grown children. Education, in this case continuing education, is a social responsibility to prepare individuals to deal with the future problems. General decline in mental health of population, and in particular seniors due to isolation, leads to human decline and fatality. These general interest classes provide an affordable outlet to learn new skills, improve individuals' quality of life, and collectively improve the community by fostering sense of belonging and support. My husband, delegate number 81, and I started a petition to show the interest, as he explained. And so far, we have close to 1,000 signatures. We understand that there is a cost to these programs, and the budget needs to be balanced and deficit to be reduced. We are hoping, instead of eliminating these programs, a deeper analysis to be performed to find solutions to keep these programs and to add much value to so many people in our city. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Azadeh. Trustees, questions of clarification? Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I have a question to ask Azadeh. So you said this program is so vital to the community, about connecting the community, about building the community. So can you elaborate a bit more why you think it's so vital?
Yes, so as I mentioned, it allows not just for individuals, their quality of life to be improved, but also for individuals to meet their neighbors. There are different individuals in these classes that come from different ages that we have noticed, and they form a sense of community within the program and also outside. I mean, they could be neighbors outside of the classes, and these help them to be able to be connected with each other, and this helps the fostering of the sense of belonging, sense of being able to do things together, and reduce the sense of isolation.
So what can impact on their mental health?
Sorry, could you repeat again?
So what kind of impact on their mental health? Mental health, yeah.
Definitely has a big impact on the mental health, improving the mental health. Again, as I mentioned, because of the fact that people could connect with each other through these classes. They were able to be able to feel uplifted. For our case, my husband and I, our mental health drastically improved after going to these classes. Again, being able to disconnect, being able to do something physical, being able to have an area that we can use to disconnect and connect with other people of different walks of life, that definitely helps to improve our mental health.
Okay, that's amazing. My last question is, I assume you probably take other licenses as well, like either private or other, courses offered by city or other organization. So in terms of quality, in terms of value for money, if you rank it from 1 to 10, 1's the lowest, 10's the highest, how would you rank a TDSB program?
So based on my experience, both going to private lessons in a private setting and comparing to TDSB, I would say I would give a 9 because I could see even the quality of some of the things that I learned in private were based on the fundamentals that I was learning from the master teacher that I had at TDSB. I definitely, without a shadow of doubt, if I had started with that private setting, I would not have known all the intricacy, and I'm a very technical person, and I wouldn't have known why I'm doing certain things. All of those, the details were explained to me by TDSB Learn for Life instructor, and very valued for that.
Okay, I finished my
Trustee
question.
Pei, your time
Chair,
is
thank
up.
you very much for a wonderful deputation.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Thank you, Azadeh.
Thank you.
Delegate number 84, Bessa Halili.
Good evening, everyone. I can't thank you enough for giving me this wonderful opportunity to delegate in person. I was very excited, and I couldn't sleep last night. I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning, walking around the house. I will not bore you with what I have written here and telling you how important and valuable this program is, general interest, senior daytime, Learn for Life. Rather, I'll pick some questions that some trustees asked previous speakers, and I will elaborate with simple questions from real life. One question was, have you seen any learner in the class that was a new learner or a repeat? If you want to know more about this, focus on seniors daytime, and you would see the same seniors in the same class term after term. I was thrilled when I supervised online virtual courses, art, painting, sewing courses. I couldn't believe myself how well accustomed these learners became, and Learn for Life virtually was something new during pandemic. The other question was, were you at any point informed that this program was carrying a deficit? Well, this is where I'm going to start. The agenda of 30 pages states somewhere that according to Act 231, the school board is requesting all school boards to report a balanced budget every year. Where on the other hand, Minister of Education, Stephen Lecce, says in writing that this program has been carrying a deficit for decades. I have worked for this program since 2004. First, my permanent job was site clerical with GI at Overland, and I always wonder, where is this program getting the funding to pay all the stuff? Why? The board had this accommodation or welcoming policy with $10 flat fee for subsidized learners, unlimited courses, as many as you can. We had a Jane Doe at Overland who was there 5 days a week, taking 2 courses per night. So she would pay $100 for 9 weeks during the term. You do the math. With $100, I don't know how I got paid. I don't know how we permit. I don't know how the instructors work. The other question was, were you informed about this deficit? We are the front liners. I work for TDSB, Toronto District School Board, at CONED, Office Assistant for Community Programs, General Interest, Learn for Life. And I have an evening position as program administrator at Denver Collegiate. Somebody said, trust me on your it's hard if you have the program.
Sorry, we can't hear online.
1 minute, please. It's hard because I can do it. During pandemic, it was hard. First, we came back in person.
Put the mic close.
6 courses of 45. It's hard to bring that. I was able to bring of 34 courses in fall. Guess what? The price increased.
It's not working. We can't hear online.
Enrollment increased. Enrollment went down.
Hold on, Bessa. Bessa, give me a second. Give me a second.
Please. They can't hear you online. They can't hear you.
Just this mic. This mic.
Sorry about that. So to wrap it up is I urge all trustees to listen carefully to the voice of public, parents, students, staff, and try to make sure that you make the right decision and don't let that hand who wants to pull the plug, because somebody mentioned this program carrying this deficit was, I don't believe now, hearing Terry Preston, who said that breaking down, we think we are breaking even. So I'm not sure where the other money goes, but before we put the plug to this life support program, please make sure, take that hand off the plug and save the program. We have ways. If you want to know more, I'm more than happy with the group. We have worked hard to provide you with ways. We are more than certain we can save this program and will continue to provide excellent service as the board aims. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bessa. Trustees, questions of clarification? Delegate number 86, Barbara Warren.
Hi, good evening. Thank you to everybody for inviting us, giving us this opportunity to speak. And thank you for your attention to what we had to say. A lot of what I was going to say has been very ably covered by preceding speakers, but there were a few things that I just wanted to kind of highlight regarding the Learn for Life courses. And one is that I've taken a lot of these courses, since about 1985. And an interesting thing happens. They attract, or in my experience, they have attracted kind of people from all across Toronto. And you will get newcomers, established residents, people of all different ethnic and cultural backgrounds. And they come into this class on week 1, and it's pretty quiet. Nobody's doing much talking. But as the course progresses, there's a shift. And then by the end of the course, these people have formed a little community. And I think that's really important because right now, increasingly in our society, we're kind of being pushed into silos, and we tend to speak with and interact with people who increasingly think like we do. And the Learn for Life courses push against that, and I think that's a very valuable thing, and I think it's very difficult to find that increasingly. We're becoming kind of polarized and siloized. And this has been my own experience in the Learn for Life programs. I've encountered people and talked to people and had them show me how to make the print bigger on my phone, people that I never would have probably encountered otherwise. So that was one thing I wanted to mention, but then another thing, and I think this is coming across hopefully loud and clear, that is that we've talked a lot about the price of these programs, but I think it's really also important to focus on the value that they bring to the citizens of Toronto. And if these programs are canceled, we all know what happens, especially when something is canceled as a result of a budget decision. Once it's gone, it's not coming back. So that's that. Oh, and the other thing that I also wanted to mention is, in my experience, and other speakers have mentioned this as well, the Learn for Life program tends to attract sort of repeat learners. So I agree that there needs to be a lot more kind of community outreach, and a stack of brochures in the library just isn't going to cut it. Plus, I understand that the board intends to phase out the paper brochures and go only with online, which is great if you know the program exists. But if you don't know to look for it, how do you find it? So that is pretty much what I had to say, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Barbara. Trustees, questions of clarification?
Oh, I've answered all your questions.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Christina Stevzuk? Christina? So this was last on my list. Did I miss anyone in person? Going once? Twice? Thank you. Thank you, members of the public, for delegating tonight and raising your concern in front of trustees and staff. As mentioned before, we will continue to listen to delegates tomorrow at 4 p.m. Thank you, staff. Thank you, trustees, for joining tonight. We really appreciate, on behalf of TDSB, all of you coming tonight in person. Have a safe home drive. Thank you very much. Before we leave, can I have a trustee for mover and seconder to adjourn, to receive?
Trustee Lee moves.
We're going to recess? Okay. We're going into a recess. Trustees, I need mover and seconder.
Trustee Lee moves.
No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.